Alright. See if this is working or not. So this is a whole new setup that's taken a few days to kind of get going. I'm still missing some things. I got the music stuff set up. I don't think I got the chat overlay quite set up. Not Deadlock Sag. Today is Dev Video exclusively. SLB, I figured out I got to... I'm not that good at Deadlock yet, but I figured out I got to the top, like, 0.2% of players, so that at least feels good, but still not very good at it, in my opinion. What's up, Rend? Is the audio working? I can change the gain and stuff like that if it's loud, but everything is like kind of a work in progress. Make a new account and probably be top 100, making up in a game of scuff. No, I'm definitely not top 100. I think I'm like top 20k right now. Like it's a really challenging game, which makes it very fun for me because there's like a lot to figure out. Let me turn down my gain a little bit. I feel like when I fix the mic stuff, I don't really need it as much. I can do like 7.5 instead of 10. There's only 20k players though. Okay, yeah, it's higher than that. It's like all time. Like I don't know. Like I'm like there's a Turnus. There's one rank below that. There's a rank below that, and then there's a rank below that. I think it's Oracle. I'm like high Oracle right now. Like, I think I'm like Oracle 4, Oracle 5. Which isn't, like, insane, but it's still, like, it feels pretty good. I was looking at the dev video, which I wanted to go over today, and then, like, they're gonna have to add some more servers, man. Like, that video was popping off. That's essentially Diamond Plat. Is it really that bad? Am I really that bad at the game? Surely it's higher than Diamond Plat. Surely. That sucks if it's actually just that low, because usually I do better than that. But there's like so many like different concepts that I'm used to, and in that game it's like much harder for me. Like in terms of like team fights and stuff like that, I'm great, but like a lot of the times like the game isn't decided by team fights. So let's see, my season 10 build, like I've been like doing soft prep on the side. It's probably gonna start off being something that's like actually good in PvE, and then I'm gonna work my way back to PvP, and then based off what we go through in the video today, I probably will give an idea of like where I want to start. But I heard mutations drop whatever gear selection stuff you want, but you won't have any set bonuses, and that seems like a relatively easy spot to start for accessing like good gear. So I'm thinking about like building a set built towards mutations, which I don't know how hard it's gonna be to like kind of start off with it and then like work your way up, but I figure you want weapons as high as gear scores you possibly can get. You need enchanted ward on a lot of stuff, and that's about it. Just swap the gems as needed. Ideally have an amulet with different gem combinations, but can figure that out. Is the YouTube side working for this too? Yeah, there's a few people on the YouTube. Okay. I haven't put the chat overlay onto the VOD yet. I haven't redone that with the new computer setup. But I think everything else I've more or less taken care of. Get a trenchant recovery hammer and go full lifesteal. I mean, that's for like solo stuff. Like solo stuff's really easy for me. I'll just like throw on whatever spec. Like if I wanted to play like flail in open world for whatever, you just like max out strength. You basically max out focus. You put a void going on for a secondary. You take Baleful Tether, you take Essence Rupture, and you just use your Void Gauntlet as an offhand, and like everything else is like pretty chill. Apparently a good vid. It's a very popular vid, so I hope it's good. I could already tell it's starting to heat up again because of the amount of people asking for like new companies. Like on Valhalla alone for Wars, I think I got asked by like 3 or 4 different companies, and there's a lot of people that are like coming back. Not dropouts or supple, but like there's gonna be a lot of like T2, T3 companies, and I'm guessing there's not gonna be a lot of territory up for grabs. Ads I can't see. Oh, I'm just running around. We're not doing anything yet. We're just talking. I was like gathering Azoth water earlier. Why is this lagging? Because it was so expensive. That was the last thing I left off at. And have a ton of buy orders in for random pots and things. Got a bunch of these. Will be interesting. I really want some music update. It feels useless now. I mean, it's still useful for like gathering, but that's about it. Like, I don't think the songs are really that insane. I think if we would have gotten a music update, it would have been like the start of this year, though. What even is my keybind for the music? Is it F3? No, it's for fishing. F4 apparently is company. I don't even remember. Like, the keybind's all reset, and that's, like, all messed up. And we can't search for keybinds. Music... Oh, it is F5. Oh, okay. I was just too close before. Why is it not working now? Do I not have a music thing equipped? No, I do. I just wanted to see what all the songs were. But like, I'm pressing F5 over here and it's just not doing anything. There we go. So like, what are the different effects? You have XP sharing, gathering speed, yield, encumbrance. Encumbrance is kind of nice. Territory standing. I think there's a few others that I'm missing because I'm not max level on it. I mean, they might add like new music in the new area, but in terms of the mechanics, yeah, I don't think they're really adding much. Thankfully, I have 1K Azoth water just in valid storage, just chilling. Yeah, it would be really nice right now. We need transporting mounts like in Albion, slow, but I can carry a shit ton of weight. I mean, you have encumbrance potions, you have the music stuff, and then you have gigantic bags, and yeah, that's all you got. Like, the thing that you can do is you can get the bags that, like, reduce the weight of, like, certain things. So you can get, like, bags that reduce the weight of, like, wood, and you can just cut down a bunch of trees and things like that. Crush, you are just filthy rich, my guy. I spent, like, 250 to 300k on just, like, prepping. But now I'm like poor. I don't think there's any wars going on. What is this? COI. I think Poland's changing color is the last thing I saw. There's just like too many purple companies on this map. I think people are gonna come back yellow, come back green. Gold cap's up to like, I think 1 mil now. It's not 500k anymore. Otherwise you have to do company. Yeah, 1 mil. I need 15k to go yellow. I don't know if 15k is switching colors, but like there's companies coming back, like Interstellar's coming back, and they're probably gonna go green or yellow. And then there's the T1 quote-unquote war scene, which I'm pretty sure is just going to be COI versus Poland, which is basically just COI versus Prim, which is what we had in Season 9 for a little bit before World Mental Boon because Feint came back. And I think that's the T1 scene. I don't know exactly what's going on below that. Like, yellow's not going to be a dumpster anymore? It depends if people could actually get decks. Like, if there's too many purple people out for decks, like, yellow's still going to be, like, chalked. Hey, Summer. I have a different one that I do sometimes, but when I record videos, I like to switch back to, like, the original mod. Yeah, Zimberg, I did. This is new computer, but the problem is some of my OBS settings aren't perfect, but it's generally pretty good. How do you like it? It's crazy. I did a war and I had 144 FPS in clumps. The mic sounds good, by the way. Okay, awesome. But the funny part is, like, I can put Task Manager on the other monitor and then play a game on this monitor, and I can see, like, if it's GPU limited, if it's CPU limited. Like, New World, my GPU caps out at about 75%, so I can run all the settings on, like, high or very high now. And then the CPU starts running into a cap. But then for, like, Deadlock, it's the complete opposite. Like, my CPU is, like, 25%, and my GPU is literally maxed out. And it's like, what? Just make sure my settings didn't, like, revert, but yeah, uncapped, 1440. I did put frame gen on, because I didn't feel a difference, but I didn't, like, up it a crazy amount. And that's mostly because New Road CPU limited, not GPU limited, so it kind of makes sense. And then I just been running everything on high, and I just don't care. Yeah, New Road's CPU heavy. Yep. miicrow, I need a Gorgon run a Vol. Could you do the magic and get people to appear to do it? Not today. Today we are mostly talking about new dev video. We're gonna spend a while on that. My goal is, like, today is to finish talking about the dev video, have the giant thing go on to YouTube, and then have, like, a cropped out thing go on to YouTube. Apparently you can do unlimited raids next patch. Yeah, but it's not guaranteed drops or something like that. Like, it's something along those lines. But that would be good for gold sellers, I guess, or raid sellers. I wonder how Linux would run on that shittier PC with New World on it. Could you even do, like, Steam Linux stuff? Like, does that work yet? Are we excited, miicrow from Curio? I mean, for me, yeah. The part that I didn't know was the mutations would probably give Bisgear for me. I don't think it'll give Bisgear for you, because healers have some really good set bonuses, but... tanks, there's a couple okay ones. I'm playing from Linux, it's fine. I just did like one hard drive. What healer set bonuses are there? I didn't really catch that, to be honest. I mean, I'll go through the video and see if they talk about it. If they don't talk about it, we'll just like wait for the next set of information, which will be like the end of the week. They didn't talk about it? Okay. Yeah, we could talk about it later then. But, like, depending on what class you play, there's going to be certain spots that are, like, better for farming your gear. So, like, if you say, hypothetically, you don't care about set bonuses, right? And you just want your 4 perks that you could switch to whatever you want. In that case, it would probably make more sense to be focused towards M3 content at the beginning, so that you can get the ideal perk combo. And then move on to set bonuses from there. And then there's also an aspect where, you know, you have T1 perk slots, you have T2 perk slots, so you could stack the same perk if you wanted to. So that's one way to optimize. So, like, maybe people still use the helmet from Worm in endgame T2 effectively. And then you have set bonuses, which might be best for certain people. But it's like, if there's only 4 pieces in a set bonus, and, like, say, like, one piece is, like, a chest piece for healer, and it has a really, really good perk, and you have to choose between having that or having featherweight, it's like you have to make a rough choice there. So it's gonna offer some degree of, like, customizability, and there's gonna be, like, a skill cap involved. Like, if you have, like, a chest perk that massively increases your healing output or something along those lines, but in order to run it, you can't run featherweight. Now you have some healers that are featherweight crutch that can't switch over. You have some healers that can switch over. The healers that can switch over obviously will do better, get bigger numbers, and that will probably just, like, make it so that certain roles are incentivized more. Hey, Dim. I'm just going to spam Catacombs and PvP track for gear. I mean, that's like, the thing I'm thinking about early on is, like, they talk about how many sets you could actually upgrade. I think the primary goal early on from a PvE perspective is to get your weapons to 800 gear score, because your armor gear score doesn't actually matter in PvE in terms of damage reduction. The only spots where it's ever mattered historically in the past is for mutation, so it'll be interesting to see if they fix that or not. But your overall gear score hasn't really ever mattered in PvE outside of that, so upgrading your weapons would be the most important, and then for, like, a raid standpoint after that, then you could upgrade your armor. But you really need to upgrade your weapons. Your armor's, like, it kind of matters, but kind of doesn't, and same thing with your jewelry, it, like, tends to matter the least. So, like, there'll definitely be, like, a priority in terms of what you need to upgrade. Some people will probably just upgrade everything, and to just get it to, like, you know, 775, 780. And then some people will probably go the whole way. I would probably go with your main weapon the whole way, at least, so that for the like, story, it's, like, a little easier for if you're gonna upgrade the weapon before you go all the way through the story, which is a little weird. Or just, like, I think upgrading your main weapon first is just generally the best idea, and then go from there. How will attributes work on the old gear? They just stay, right? I think they just get removed, and I don't know what happens with the slot, but it's no longer tied to your gear, it's tied to your level. So it's like one of your slots effectively goes away, and in T2 that's just replaced with another perk slot. Have you seen the supposed leaked healer changes? No, but those aren't real. Those are fake. So, like, I know people made videos on them, but they're fake. Yeah, no more beacon, no more sacred ground, and then has a cleanse or a res. Kind of wild if true. Yeah, I mean, I think when they say that the patch notes are coming out, because there's probably more I can get into then, but it's like, I'm trying not to get ahead of the curve. This week? Okay. Like, once we start seeing the journalist stuff come out, we can start talking more about things in detail. But until then, it's... AGS has priority. Wonder if there's a cheese of using pre-magnify gear for even more stats. I mean, I think they're literally just like cutting the stat down across the board, but you can hold your gear until the end and see. Just make sure you don't get rid of all your sets, because you'll probably want one set to at least like use until you get better gear, right? But it's a safe bet that like artifacts will still be used in the end game. So if like I'm a healer, like I'd be upgrading like healer based artifacts on a whatever role, you just upgrade the artifact that's like corresponding to your role. Alright. Let's see, I got one DM. Make sure it's not urgent. No, is there a war today? War in 30 minutes, paying out the entire treasury to whoever shows up. Huh? Oh, it's just 10k per. I don't care about 10k. 10. Like, it matters, but it's not gonna matter a ton. Alright, are we good to start going through things? Do we have people in here? Looks like a few people. We probably can just get started and then people can pile in and like watch the VOD. Let me close out a new world. And make sure my Twitch stuff is ready. Alright, let's see. Can you guys tell me how the volume is on this? I think it's a little loud, but let me play it. Let's get the volume right before we really go through everything. Teeny bit. Is that good? Now it's better? Okay. Alright, so this is the New World Dev update for October 2025. This is concerning Season 10. Probably will go into that mostly. Maybe a little bit about Season 11, but I imagine not as much as we had on the roadmap. Video obviously did very, very well. 40k views in 7 hours for New World at this stage. It's pretty good. I think last season we peaked at maybe 100k to 150k concurrent on PC alone. So you're looking for New World to probably hit 50k would be pretty solid for this season's. There's an official patch notes too. There is. That's what I was looking for. Where is it? Or is that not out yet? Because I just see my news bot spamming this. And like the music track. Lies. Yeah, okay. It's like I don't think there's a patch notes yet. Yeah, there's not one linked in here. I've been baited. But I think patch notes are coming out sometime this week. For now, we have trailer, dev talk, just kind of high level overview of what's going through, and we can start getting into it.
Come, wanderer. The gods foretold of your arrival. They show a dark force that guides your path. Ah, I see you thought fortune was on your side. But even the most coveted gifts can become a curse. Now the cards fall silent. All is darkness. try to defeat the darkness, but you cannot escape the night.
That's a solid trailer. Very solid.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Season 10.
Just saw the daggers. Are you just baiting now? Nah, I mean, they showed a lot of stuff in here. They showed the tarot cards, which were a part of the kind of scavenger hunt, if you guys participated in that at all. They showed different raid elements, clearly. They showed catacombs elements, so they kind of went through a bit of everything.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Season 10 Dev Update. I'm Katie.
I'm Dan.
And we are super excited to bring you a slightly different version of our developer update. This time we are going to be entirely focused on Season 10 and deep diving into the very cool features and content that the team is bringing you. So let's get into it.
So we're going to start off talking about the new zone, Night Haven. I'm here with David, Jordan, Nathan, Nix, and Richard. And we're going to
Definitely
dive
an NPC
into
using the daggers.
zone, its aesthetics, its inspiration. I'm going to start with you, David. So the last big zone you worked on this directly was Brimstone, right?
Yeah. Brimstone, where, if you remember, was lots of sweeping horizontal vistas, blasting sun dunes, very barren. This zone, Night Haven, is quite the opposite, almost the antithesis.
Yes, it is.
There are large, sweeping...
This is just so pretty. Like, this game is still so pretty. It's crazy it came out like 5 years ago and it still looks so good.
Pine tree forests with castles popping out like the teeth of a beast or something.
Yes.
It's a very verticality-focused zone. And it's also our love letter to classic and modern horror, where if you remember, Nightville Hollow was a very campy 80s aesthetic. Night Haven is much more elegant, much more refined. It's a celebration of the ugly, the dark.
You always use the word macabre.
Yes, macabre, absolutely.
I like that one.
This is a zone where we say spiders are cool and the moon is awesome.
Yeah.
And exactly.
Shout out to the moon.
Yeah. And there's so many secrets in Night Haven that we can't talk about all of them today, but we would love to.
We'll try to scratch the surface.
That's what's hard is like filming this. Like, I don't know what we could say, what we can't, you know.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say some stuff to riff off that. Like, I think to break it down to what, like, from a player perspective it is, you're gonna get things that you don't get in other zones in New World, right? We have underground dungeons that we call catacombs. We have these big towering castles that are multi-layered that you get to explore throughout, and there's hidden rooms and stuff like that, and all sorts of like different gimmicks and things within them. We have you mentioned spiders. We have these spider caves that are scary, honestly, especially if you have arachnophobia.
They literally make our coworkers' skin crawl.
A bit.
Yeah.
They look so good.
And then we have like all sorts of other like caves that fit different creatures that we've created for this specific zone, and more. So it's exciting, and it's brand new, and it's fresh content.
So the visuals are so striking, but like, Jordan and Richard, why don't you start telling us about how you developed it?
Yeah,
The interesting thing is they're showing this like through the perspective of the mounts before, like right now. Like they were so like anti-mounts at one point, and now it's just like, oh yeah,
exciting,
this is
it's
definitely
brand
part of
new,
it. We're
and
going
it's
to use the
fresh
mount to
content.
showcase
So the
this
visuals
new area.
are so
It's kind
striking,
of interesting.
but like,
see how that
Jordan
changed.
and Richard, why don't you start telling us about how you developed it?
yeah. I mean, I like to think about like what you said with the diversity of the POIs in Night Haven. Like we have these sweeping Gothic vistas, pine forests, spider caves.
choppy.
I think for like a lot of that type of
The
visuals,
young tree right there.
It could be easy to like rely on like, just like fog and you know, making everything blue and whatnot. But we really tried to like utilize different types of like creepy aesthetics throughout the zone. So
yeah, there's a bunch of creepy things, spider webs and all that, and there's also apples.
apples.
Yes.
Where are the apples at?
There is a segment of the zone that is an homage to Eastern Europe, and you'll see apple orchards, pumpkin fields, beautiful villages.
Yeah.
Even our graveyards look like nothing else we've ever done.
It would be in the first village you visit, you know.
Yeah.
Shout out to the apples.
Yeah.
I would say, like, you know, during the concept process, like, you know, generally it's could be linear, but we took a very active approach with all the different teams. We were constantly going back and forth, our world building teams, our environment artists with design, really thinking like, how does gameplay like drive like this process of the POIs, and use that as a guiding force.
Okay, hold up. You guys been talking about all those stuff about the ground,
We got it.
right? There's this
Let's figure it out. Let's
great
pull out the Void
zone
Blade.
above the terrain where, you know, everywhere you go, you see beautiful vistas, you see liminal spaces, uncanny vibes.
Apples.
But yeah, there's and apples. But there's a bunch of things happening underneath the ground as well in what we called the underworld. So the underworld is a completely different experience from your usual.
Does anyone have a link to the map? Because that would be kind of an interesting thing to pull up too. But the point here is you have a map that is like the size of Brimstone, and then there's an underground part within it as well that also expands upon the map. So like this area is like literally huge. Have you watched this yet, miicrow? Is it your experiencing your first reaction? This is my first reaction, but I'm trying to like not pause a ton here because this video is an hour and 20 minutes long, and I'm probably going to be more interested in the back half than the actual zone and inspiration, but there's a little bit to talk about there. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tech. So it's like, this is the giant map, and they're saying, oh yeah, on top of this, there's an underground way to navigate between these like points. Like, holy shit. It's so big. It's literally so big. Like, this is part of the map too, like up here in the top left. Like, it's gigantic, and like you figure like some of these are like elite areas probably down at the bottom or something like that. You have I mean, this is the classic like Ebon area. You obviously got Brim, so you can see like for reference how big this map is. It is gigantic. And it has an underground stuff that you won't even see on this map. So
New World POIs, the moment you step in,
this legit is like the biggest thing that's like come to New World. It's probably bigger than Brim effectively.
it will feel like a very conscious, almost Souls-like journey. And you know, from moment to moment, you'll see a path ahead, but the door couldn't be open from your side. You might discover a hidden path that ultimately leads you to a high ground, which you saw, but couldn't get to before. And not to mention there's a bunch of collectibles, so you kind of have to visit every part, every hidden places in the underworld.
That's spooky.
Yeah, and not to mention there's also very unique, distinct areas you've never seen before in New World, such as a very heavy dark fog that just have these shadow enemies. You cannot see their health bar, no names. You can barely see them attacking you.
We call them nightmares, right?
Yeah. So, and
Katie
the other
cooked,
parts
glad
of
Scott
the
is gone.
underworld is filled with water.
I mean, I think this started probably when Scott was still there. Like a zone like this takes a very long time to develop. Like this is probably like at least 2 to 3 years into development, if I had to guess. So Scott was probably still there, but Katie helped finish it off.
And start exploring, dodge the lasers, go through the water maze.
As you do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of invisible secrets as well, but we'll get into that later.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, I think it's important to note this is the biggest zone we've done, right? So we had to fill that space. Most of it, I mean, there's all sorts of things, quests that take you all over the place to collect different things, and all sorts of different POIs that aren't strictly MSQ, different quest lines and things like that.
I can turn down my mic
Technically,
crush.
it's bigger than Brimstone and more POIs than Brimstone. More lore notes than any zone we've ever done.
Verticality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
verticality. I gotta talk about the jump pads.
Yeah.
Let me
the
know if
TR
that's
team,
better. I
when they
turned down the
make
game.
Capture the Flag, they made these awesome jump pads,
Yeah.
which became a pretty important way to traverse the open world.
Yeah,
Which we intend to go into a little bit more detail later on, and maybe we should go ahead and get started doing that. So thanks again for this great discussion, and can't wait for you guys to play Nighthaven. Okay, with that, we're going to move on and talk about one of the things that makes the zone really unique and special, and that's gimmicks. So with me again are David, Nathan, and Nix, and now we also have Austin in the mix. And so let's get started. So gimmicks. What is a gimmick?
So gimmick is our in-house word for interactable. It's the
I think with Scott like being gone, like the main thing that changed is the priorities of like features, right? Like when Scott was there, like the priority was you know, we need to increase revenue. We need to get more people playing the game. How are we going to get people playing the game? Well, we saw that 90% of players quit before they made it to level 60. So we're going to improve the heck out of the early game experience so that we could focus on the player retention, because clearly that's our biggest sore point. And then we're going to reach out to more audiences through console, basically. Like, that was Scott's like goal with the Reigns, is like to increase the player count. But then the problem was, is by increasing the player count and like focusing on that short-term goal to increase the player count, they never fixed the end game portion, which is like one of the reasons why the retention wasn't as high, as people like would finish and there wouldn't be like an incentive past that as well. So it's like, I think Scott handled like one aspect of the problem, and then Katie's handling the other the other aspect of the problem here.
Things that players touch or play with.
Yeah, and it's
how
free if
interact
you have
with
the last
world.
expansion.
And it all
too.
started with verticality for the zone, right?
Yeah, Nighthaven, much like I said earlier, is the opposite of Brimstone. So in Nighthaven, it's all about looking up. The most important lesson in Nighthaven is look up, and that's something really hard to teach. So
It's hard to make players look up. So to solve that, you drop an axe on their head.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We enforced every mechanic, every gimmick, every interactable to reinforce that theme of looking up.
Yes.
And it really all started with falling chandeliers, right, Austin?
Yeah. So one of the things that when we were deciding to do gimmicks for the zone, we had always had gimmicks with New World, except before Nighthaven, gimmicks were more of a barrier or a way to pace out a POI, and they didn't feel good. They didn't feel great. They were more of a way of making a POI more memorable, even if the gameplay wasn't all up to snuff. One of the most recent examples I have is like having a cannon blow up a cave type thing.
Yes.
You know, and while it's cool and bombastic, it didn't really serve much of a gameplay purpose besides burying the player, right? So for Nighthaven, we really wanted to make our gimmick shine.
Pause vid, 1 minute ad playing. You guys are, you'll catch up. The VOD will still be there, but I'm not gonna pause every time someone gets an ad because they're gonna be on different cycles.
Through gameplay, have interconnectivity with all sorts of different gimmicks, and it did start
Or
with
just
the
go to the
Falling
YouTube
Chandelier.
side because there's like no ads
with the
there.
Falling Chandelier, you have the opportunity to actually shoot it and use it to your advantage in combat, because you can drop it on enemies' heads, or if you miss it and forget to look up, you can also have it drop on your head. And that's where it really started. Then it started to expand with all sorts of other gimmicks.
When was it that we discovered throwables as an alternative?
As an alternative, we probably discovered it.
In Cutlass Keys. Right?
Yeah, Cutlass.
With the lightning fields.
Yeah, which
was you.
That was also me. So the lightning fields was kind of like the catalyst, you know, being able to use throwables as a real means of, you know, gameplay enriching type of mechanic.
What you all group has
preview
done
here.
with the zone, like, is things like this, like, hey, we've got throwables. What can we do with this now? Can we like remix it like 5 different ways?
Yeah.
And now we have a lot of new flammable gimmicks. So if you're an arachnophobe, I highly recommend grabbing a fire staff or
Which are
socket
always
a ruby.
conveniently placed nearby. Which
Yes.
I appreciate.
Including the throwable torches.
Oh, I got rid of it. That's
Just
awesome.
burn everything to the ground, right?
Yes.
Yeah, burn to the ground.
Yo, thank you, Dim.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nuke it from the orbit.
We won't spoil
Saving ease
everything
from the
about
ads.
every gimmick in the zone, but just
Also have a war,
know
have fun.
that if you see webs, fire's probably a good
fun,
idea
Dim.
to have around.
And rat nests too.
Thematically, yeah, like, I mean, that's not a spoiler, but like, there's like one of the first bookcases you see is, of course, a secret door. You push it.
Speaking of doors, we solved the door problem by adding more doors. We've got bookcase doors, metal
Nice.
doors, wooden doors. We've
Trap
got,
doors.
Locked doors by magic, which
Yes.
we'll get into the Arcana Tarot.
Yeah, so that's like one of the preview
yes.
things.
Let's get into it.
In the puzzle.
Yeah,
What is that? What's Arcana?
So if you remember the ancient glyphs, we took that system and went even further with it by infusing it with the 22 major arcana plus a few Eternian twists and secrets, and you'll go around the zone collecting those. There are special tarot towers that are spread throughout the zone, which are locked.
Also, I'm sorry, all my sounds are like totally off right now for the Twitch side because I have not configured that with the new computer yet, but they will be configured hopefully by the end of the week.
By these cards.
Just been busy.
And the Fortune Mother Anru, who is one new character, will teach you all about that.
Yeah.
But that's one of our
Sounds
other
fine.
like major elements of the zone.
They're also they're used in unique combinations to open the elite chests throughout the area.
Yeah. We took the glyph lock system
Nice.
from the beast glyphs, the ancient glyphs, and now you'll find these caches throughout the zone left by the Fortune Mother, which you can unlock with unique combinations of those cards.
Elite
And
chest.
we went even further with hiding those cards in the zone
some Umbral
secretly.
shards there?
So
Yes.
it's a really, really awesome long end tail of the collectible system in this zone.
Often involving using jump pads, which we talked about in the last segment.
Yes,
Yeah.
jump heads are big.
Try to use jump pads in your own discovery instead of watching a 7-minute YouTube video to just figure out where all
I think I'm getting shots taken at me.
they
So
are,
funny.
because I know you guys are all smart. You guys want to share every location, but there's certain fun and charm to go through those jump pads puzzles and explore everything yourself.
I'm so glad you said that because I think out in the community we all kind of know, like, do yourself a favor, don't like try to rush to max level. Don't try to rush through it. Just enjoy the journey. None of us can help ourselves. We understand, but try. Just try. Try not to Google the answer. Just
This is like the opposite of what I'm gonna do. I'm pretty sure I committed to playing on like 3 to 4 different characters at the start, and it's literally just gonna be like, okay, I gotta get the max level, gotta get this gear. It's like it's all the same thing. That won't be fixed until there's practice wars, but it is what it is.
or at least ask in global chat. Make it a thing. we talked about it briefly in the last segment, but another gimmick is the underwater stuff, right?
Yeah, so we talked about
But for new
jumping high
players-
up and going.
For newer players, if you're not on multiple characters, definitely take your time with it. If you're doing multiple at the same time, you kind of have to rush.
Through this high verticality towers and stuff, but how about diving down? How about you swim underneath the water and dodge through lasers,
Exactly, Chu.
finding
Exactly.
out where the shiny golden gatherables are, and come back up to go through a water
If I'm in the middle of an underwater cave and I start drowning, I'm gonna be so upset. Like it's, oh.
jet, which boosts you back up to higher places. You also have these interesting water elevators that lifts you up to places you couldn't reach before. And all of those combined, it's not a ton of gameplay, it's not a ton of combat, but it's an interesting way to get through your objectives.
It's crazy that we, just a year of not having swimming, and now we're already going underwater.
Yeah.
This is our first
And there's
zone where we
underwater
really.
lasers. That's the coolest thing.
Like I was
The interesting part about that is like I feel like they added swimming as a response to the community, so that means that this was developed at least partially like relatively recently, right? Because swimming probably wasn't on their radar until like 2 years ago, and then they added it, and then they're like, we can add swimming to this new zone and like enhance it a bit. So this is kind of interesting to see how they like would iterate like later on in the process.
telling you before, like my experience playing through the zone, it really feels like just an elaborate puzzle box. The whole thing, like it just feels
It's
like
a
a
great
giant
metaphor,
toy
yeah.
to play with as you travel through. So look forward to you experiencing it for
It
yourself.
looks track rush.
Let's talk about the characters of Night Haven. So with me, I have Paul, Kiana, and Mike, and we're gonna be discussing some of the process to get these characters to you, as well as some of the characters. So essentially, like, we're entering Night to get these characters to you.
Do they all have Apple Watches on? 1, 2. Oh my god. That's kind of funny.
As well as some of the characters. So essentially, like, we're entering Night Haven. We don't want to give too much away. I'm just going to say that, as we want a lot of this to be an exciting surprise for players on when they enter Night Haven, that they get to be excited as they go through. But we do want to give you an idea of the types of characters that you'll meet.
Right.
So, like, we're entering Night Haven, and there's already like conflict going on. That's what we're talking about with factions, right?
Yeah, it's already there.
It's already there.
It's already there. And we're talking about
Right.
both direct
Tensions are
conflict
high.
and
Any clues on the wall behind them? Oh, with all the different characters? I mean, I think it just fits within the theme, right? They're just trying to fit the aesthetic. Where it's like gothic-like, so you have like a bunch of like old photographs of like people that were there before and are a little bit spooky. Like this guy has like long ears and like weird eyes, like vampire kind of esque.
political conflict.
Right.
And it's happening among the Upir, it's happening between the Upir and our, as we discussed earlier, sort of our version of the werewolves, which are the Burlar. we're coming at a time where that sort of like direct conflict is sort of heating up, and the players are being brought in to conflicts that are already happening,
Yeah.
and you
Which
have
means
to
you can't-
navigate those.
Yeah, you can't trust everyone who seems to be your ally.
Oh, I
That's the
love
biggest
that.
thing to take away from it. But some of your other allies, because there's also another faction, the Grand Carnival, and there's a lot of kind of old magic that they possess and they're tapping into. There's an interesting element of tarot cards, which
Right.
will show up.
Yeah, and players.
An interesting element of
Those all look pretty cool. Like the glyphs like have like such basic designs, but these like all have like they all look unique and they're all interesting. You either hired a gothic chicken and emo guy just for the DLC? Oh no. Hey man, don't hate on Blink 182, okay?
tarot
People like it,
cards,
they like it,
which
too.
will show up.
Yeah, and players have already been introduced to the tarot cards in
Is
the
that
video
Damien
that they will watch
Targaryen?
hopefully earlier
Okay. Doesn't
before
like
this
him.
came out.
Perfect.
But yeah, so they'll get to see some of that, and they don't get to see the gimmick in that video, but they do get to see some of that artwork, which
Awesome.
was really cool.
It's really good stuff.
Yeah, and so that's heavily tied to one of the main characters that the player is going to meet, which is the Fortune Mother and Namkuzu, who is the leader of the Grand Carnival. Both of those designs were done by Thomas Ebula, and they contrast very heavily to our Upir characters, such as Alexei and Cecilia and Lynette. The color palette.
You think we get more concept art for the load screens? Because the concept art's always so cool to look at. Like, I think that was, like, one of the best things they did to, like, kind of hide the load screen, if you will. They just show off the concept art, and it's like, this game has some, like, really cool-looking concept art, I'm not gonna lie.
Palettes are very distinct, so you can immediately tell, like, which group is part of which. The Grand Carnival is definitely more eclectic, definitely more ceremonial, because of their kind of heavy roots with this older type of ancient magic.
And it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, where a lot of like the costumes that they're wearing are supposed to evoke a little bit about who they are,
Oh,
or a
absolutely.
bit about who they
Yes.
are, right? It's their personality is also rooted in their vestment, right? So I think that we've covered this pretty well, but I do want to know, who was your favorite character to work on and why?
Cecilia.
Cecilia. Very quickly
Cecilia.
with that one. Why? Why Cecilia?
I think Cecilia, for a few different reasons, is the most interesting character that we have. And I won't go too deep into it. I'm excited for players to meet her and talk to her.
Alexei, I love designing Alexei. He's a really interesting character, and he has an interesting relationship to Cecilia, so we designed them. Alex Fuhrer designed Cecilia, and he and I designed her and Alexei concurrently. So you can see similarities between their designs, and we designed them in a certain way that reflects kind of their dynamic and shows off some of their backstory and their own personal histories.
Yeah, their bond, as it were.
Yeah.
Right, Mike?
Sadly, I cannot talk about my favorite character that I created.
a little bit of a
because
spoiler.
All of the characters that I created, we can't talk about because you need to play.
Our three favorite characters we worked on are very closely related to each other.
Yes, so they interact with each other a lot. They're part of the grand scheme that we're going through here. So I can't.
This is the kind of thing where I'm just gonna, like, rush. Like, I'm the kind of person that's probably gonna rush through on most of these playtests and not really pay attention to the story, and then after I'm just gonna be so confused to what went on. But I'll at least play it slow for one character, I hope.
Talk about it, but I will say that I do both enjoy the returning characters that are from previous parts of New World and how they engage, as well as Alexei. Love Alexei, love the archetype that we went with and how we twisted and bended a story, a human story that's as old as time, into this like overarching narrative. It's awesome. You did a great job. But yes, I'll leave it at Alexei for now until players get to play, and then maybe you can guess which one I created and what is my favorite.
That. Can there be like a little like sneaky, very high level hint?
It
They'll be like, this is the one that Mike was talking about?
I'm going to go ahead and say it is a returning fan favorite.
Oh, that was good.
No,
that was
not.
good. Okay, well, on
It's gonna
that
be
note,
like from like the Crow
thank you
people.
all for sitting down and talking about the characters of Nighthaven. I really appreciate it.
Isabella.
Thank you, Paul, Kiana, and Mike.
Isabella Thorpe.
All right, well, let's
How
talk
many
about
versions
the
of Isabella
creatures
Thorpe
of
have we had?
Nighthaven. With me, I've got Chad, Krishna, Ryan, Guanchen, and Paul. So we have already talked about some of the characters that our players are going to find on their journey through this zone. Let's talk about the creatures. And Paul, we have you back with us from Narrative. So is this another situation where narrative kind of defines the broad path forward for folks, or is this something where you're just kind of giving a little bit of information? Like, tell me how that process starts.
It's a framework. So we kind of come up with a basic idea. What is the fantasy that we're trying to deliver to players? Like, what do we want you to feel as you're going through the game? And part of that is the world, part of that is the characters, part of that is the dialogue but a big part of that is gonna be, what are the creatures I'm interacting with? Like, at the base end of the game, we're a combat game. Like, that's a lot of what people go in to do. And so we wanna make sure that those creatures that are there that you're seeing, they tell that same story. They reinforce the framework that we are trying to build for the players. And so we'll come up with ideas. We'll ask for a lot of creatures, which Chad can attest to.
Yeah, so Lore and Narrative gave us a really fantastic foundation to build all this stuff off of. As character designers, we really love getting, the images, even like rough sketches from the art team.
No, there will be nothing to data mine for until 2 to 3 days before when they do a pre-patch, and then there will be stuff to data mine.
Or lore notes or whatever, because those little sparks just they magnify out to things that we can do with combat and creatures and everything. So for this release, I just counted before this meeting, I think we have roundabouts 40 new creatures, which is pretty nutty, pretty amazing. We got all that together for this one release. It's pretty great. And we've kind of broken that down into, 4 or 5 kind of family groups. So we've got Upir, we've got the Berlar, we've got our Inquisitors, what we're calling kind of ghastly horror creatures, and our wildlife ones. It's a really fun.
All right, I might put it at 1.25 to 1.5 until we get to the part where they actually talk about stuff that would be more interesting to the PvP people. I'm trying not to interrupt it much, but I don't think people care about this as much.
Cast of characters, everybody here kind of helped build them out, and to kind of kick things off, Guanchen, you want to talk about the Upir, kind of our take on vampires of sorts?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So
Upir, vampires and werewolves.
It is a vampire-themed creature type that the player will encounter while in adventure in the Nighthaven. And the one of the important things we bring to this creature types is that we create a really strict tier on those creatures. The tier doesn't mean the difficulty tier. We already done that a lot in the past of our game, but it's more like something that can fit into our storyline and enhance the narrative immersive experience for the game. One of the greatest example is that we have those
north of the wall from Game of Thrones,
really low tier of that family, and also we have those
they freaked me out watching that thing at 1.5 times speed.
Noble Upir character
spooky.
as the high tier character in this family. And also it is our first time to bring a broad mechanic around those characters. One of the mechanics is consuming, which is the high tier Upir character. They will consume the low tier one to gain extra power. And
nice.
It is also some creature to creature interaction that we really want to establish in the past.
So it's kind of like Gorgon, where you have the second boss, or if you don't kill everything off, the werewolf will consume the crow, or consume the spider and the other mobs, and then we'll get stronger. So similar to that, where you probably have to finish the ads and then go back to the boss, and finish the ads and go back to the boss.
But right now, we now have a chance to show it as an open world creatures. So talking more about for the character design for the Upir family, we will have 10 unique characters design, and more than half of them will have new skeleton rigs, new animation sets, so they will bring a brand new experience for combat.
Gives a lot of flavor to the different various factions of Upir that exist around. Each of them sort of develop their own personality. You can see that even in the combat, which is really good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's our largest family because it ties really tightly into the narrative storyline all throughout. We had a lot of fun, kind of a what is it, almost like a late Renaissance kind of look to them. They're a really fun set of characters. They're good stuff. So, and then in addition to that, we've got the Berlar, kind of our werebeast kind of creature set, and Christian's going to talk us through some of those.
Yes, so the Berlar is our version of how we wanted to present the werebeast family to Eternum. This is something Paul and I enjoyed talking about a lot. So with this family, we present 9 different variants, like specifically coming under the werewolves. Then we have the werebears and wereravens. So Paul and I often would talk about like how we want to represent them, and we thought that rather than more than just simply a wildlife representation, they're actually more sentient characters. So with the werewolves, you'd see them not just being simple.
It feels like everything's like really big. Like there's nothing like small. Like the spiders are gigantic, the werewolves are gigantic, the vampires look gigantic.
Biters,
because
they
anything
love swiping
tiny
and attacking, like how a human would love to do a swipe combo. And then we have the werebears, who are like a typical tanky character who would love to perform heavy attacks and try bashing into you. And then, of course, wereravens. They're my favorite bird person characters because not only are they just attacking, they can fly.
That's right. Our first kind of hover creature, right?
I know. Like it's fun to see them up in the air. Like unlike the Hersian Corvids we had.
I feel like
I was
this
just
is
going to ask you
Tyvic
because it
organs.
sounds, you know, from someone who's hearing it for the first time, it sounds pretty similar to the Hersian, right? So we have the Corvids, we have the big
Yeah,
dudes. I feel like
she's
they're like
talking about
rhinos
it
almost.
like
But
that.
then what
The
are they made out
Hersian
of?
boars.
Yeah. They're like crazy and barrel into you. When you're running hive, like sometimes they can take out an entire group. So what's the like? Don't give too much away, but what's like one of the things that makes this were group different from the Hersian?
One part of it, well, lore-wise, is they represent the Angry Earth faction, and they're more primal, like they represent more the wildlife aesthetic of Eternum, whereas the werebeasts are more sentient, like actual humans, because that's where they were originally from. So they were like a transformed version of that, and so that's what makes them very different from the Hersians. So their attack style, like a transformed version of that. Like
Does this
actual
confirm
humans,
that we
because
can get open world loot
That's where they were originally
that's upgradable?
from.
Because it's legendary. So when you're just running around doing open world, you can still get decent loot.
So they were like a transformed version of that. And so that's what makes them very different from the Hersians. So their attack style, it's very sentient and very different, that you'd want to think more like they're more a person than a
Right, the
beast.
Hersian are like flora and fauna, right? And then the werebeasts have a little humanity in them. Interesting.
And that's one thing we talked about when coming up with ideas for variants. Like one of our wereravens is a very challenges all players by mostly staying up in the air. One of the wolves is very special in doing super combos. One of the bears always likes doing things like how a player would wield a warhammer and go into battle. And one idea Paul was very passionate about is coming up with a certain zone where it's just infected or diseased. So based on that, we even came up with ideas for a bunch of werebeasts that are just spread disease around to anybody who comes and touches them.
The rabid ones.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, that even the
Now I know who to blame if I go in there and it kills me. I'm going to blame Paul.
I'm okay with this. One of the things we wanted to show is that it's the creatures are dangerous, but there are things in the world that are dangerous to the creatures as well. And the rabid werewolves are sort of like an indication of that. Like what happened to them? How did they get in this state? And what additional challenges does a creature in that state actually present, not just the player, but to each other and to the whole of Nighthaven itself.
That's going to be really interesting to see those werebeasts out there because, we saw Typhon, right? And he was a werewolf dude. But this is like an entire family, which we haven't been introduced to, so that's great.
Yeah, good fun stuff.
Yeah.
And speaking of the next family, we've got the Inquisitors, right? You want to talk us through those?
Yeah, so the Inquisitors
Jay,
are
is the
basically
patch
our
out?
newest arm of
I
the
assume
corrupted
not.
family, much like how we've done like the Empress's faction in Ebonscale Reach or the 19th Legion in
120 gigabyte
Brimstone.
patch would
This
not
is
surprise me.
basically our take on like a corrupted crusade of sorts.
That is
There
cool
are
looking.
6
That
main
is
characters
really
to
cool
it,
looking.
like a corrupted crusade.
No, that is awesome.
Of sorts. There are 6 main characters to it that kind of play up different aspects of that. There's the cleric, who kind of has like a fire staff, healer, conjurer kind of aesthetic. There's the flamekeeper, who's kind of a bare knuckle fighter, but he also has this like really oversized like
That's a
sensor
joke.
incense burner on his back that he uses to fight with, which is really awesome aesthetically.
What a description, though.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. You just have to see it. Otherwise, we have the warden and enforcer, which are kind of like our heavy swordsmen with and without a shield. And then we have the markswoman, who's kind of akin
Everything's
to like
so
our
big.
old like lost like crossbowmen, but a bit different and more themed to the Inquisitors. And then finally, we have the Seraph, which is kind of this
That's
like,
funny as fuck
corrupted
looking. It
construct
does
that
look funny.
can actually do ground-based attacks, air-based attacks.
Reminds me of like
and it's just kind
Borderlands.
of
Like
a
look at the
really
face on
corrupted
the
construct
side.
that can
Like this is the front.
actually do ground-based attacks.
And then there's just like a face over here. Like what?
air-based attacks, and is just kind of a
Oh,
really
that's like
potent enemy
the
to go up
fire
against.
staff.
I love it.
Like
And,
there was
not
a
quite to the
pattern
same
for that
degree
that
as,
you
like,
can
the
get in
Vampire,
like
but the Inquisitors
Weavers.
actually have kind of an interaction between each
for the
other as
skin.
well, in that they
It
can
was, like,
kind
really
of
cool
rally
one.
each other with this effect we call Rampant Flame that basically unlocks like unique attacks for them when they're working together. So it allows us to kind of like make them team up in a way that we don't always see with like direct interactions between characters. So it makes them feel more like a cohesive like unit and army. So
Almost a snowball effect,
Yep.
but for fire.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that covers most of the Inquisitors.
Yeah, no, it's a great family. And then in addition, we've kind of got a bonus Lost family with what I like to call our ghastly horrors. These are creatures which actually populate a lot of the raid, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. But this is a really fun Lost family that's themed a lot around kind of horror themes and kind of a haunted mansion almost. They're a really fun set of creatures, really kind of horrific and scary. Even got kind of an open world Naga caster creature. He's headless, just to make it even more fun. Why not? Really fun set of group of characters. And then to round things out, we've got our wildlife. We've got a bunch of spiders, 4 or 5 spiders, rats. Foxes, reindeer. Finally got our foxes in, and yeah, I think that is the majority of kind of our common creatures. In addition to that, we've got
Where are the hippos? We want more hippos.
It's 4 major MSQ bosses, which we won't talk too much about that because I don't want to ruin any spoilers or anything. But they're pretty great epic fights. And the team did a really great job putting those all together. And then 4 additional post MSQ kind of challenge bosses from the Inquisitor side of things. So all in all, like, really great set of characters, a lot of fun new challenges.
That's awesome. So it's just a couple tactical questions before we close things out. So we mentioned Lost and Corrupted. Are there any other types that players are going to see that they should consider gearing up for before they approach?
See, now, TK, now you have rats from the open world, from the PvE, and then you have the 5-con muskets with full glass cannon offensive perks. You have double rats.
Approach.
Should be wildlife for Burlar, right?
Did they nerf Sacred?
Yeah.
The other one is what
not really.
are the levels? What's the level range of these?
The MSQ is 65 to 70.
Okay.
The content range all the way through all the end game.
But we haven't got there yet. This is all, this beginning part was just like exposition of like what the world is about.
Stuff is all the way up to 80.
Okay, so they could be fighting some pretty big heavies that are.
Yeah, so the situation with disease is that disease got a lot more powerful because they introduced an artifact called Plague Herald that like spreads disease like wildfire basically, and it just never goes away if you're using the correct tech for it. But people aren't slotting it, that artifact, in wars because they've deemed that more damage is more important than trying to get kills through like preventing people from being healed. So like people are like currently are building towards glass cannon in a meta where no one really dies instead of slotting an artifact that like basically just kills everybody because no one can be healed. So it's kind of just like a bad leadership moment more than anything else.
Are we talking gold bar 80?
I mean, they don't have a skull over the head, but they probably should.
Okay, good to know. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chad, Krishna, Ryan, Guanchen, and Paul. We really appreciate the time. Let's hop into talking about the new raid, the Isle of Night. I've got
we're
Chad,
starting to get to the fun
Lon,
part.
Darren.
I'm gonna go back to 1 speed because the raid matters, Catacombs probably matters, and then towards the end, I think we get into the PvP stuff.
And Krishna joining me for this conversation. Let's just go over a very high level. What's the raid? What's the journey? What is the player going to be doing? What's the story?
Yeah, so Isle of Night, format-wise, is pretty similar to Hive of Gorgons.
Also, how's it going, Shane?
Length and format are very similar. We got 3 bosses. We've got loads of kind of trash enemies in between, some light puzzles here and there. Got loads of kind of trash enemies in between, some light puzzles.
That right there is probably a mechanic.
Puzzles here and there, and it's set in an entirely new part of the world. This isolated island of night, surrounded by mist, which is really phenomenal kind of look and feel to it. Some of the best stuff that we've.
What build even plays Plague Herald? People have slotted flails on it to mix success. It's generally best on a fire staff, but most of the fire staffs like to do damage and not like prevent people from being able to be healed because they get better leaderboard scores if they play to do damage. So like I'd say like fire staff would be good at it, flail's okay at it. A flail VG can feel pretty good at it. Like there's a There's probably like 3 to 4 different rules, but the main thing is weapons that have access to large AoE hit abilities generally are best with Playground.
Ever put out, I think. Kind of that, and Juan, do you want to talk about a little bit kind of the setting?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little familiar to the players because it uses a lot of like our Lost kit, but it has a little twist because it used to be like a powerful city at some point, but after everything's being destroyed, you'll see Lost and destruction together. But it's super cool. I'm excited for players to see it.
Nice. And these are the
big
like brand new, interesting mobs are in there. So like there's things that people haven't seen yet that they will see in the raid.
Yeah, most of the enemies kind of lean on our
4 giant dudes in the same fight.
And calling kind of our ghastly horror creature set, as well as kind of some of our lost
another person
knights. So
this is a boss.
The overall theming on the island is this kingdom kind of fallen to ruin. The
interesting part here is there's like a lot going on in this fight at the same time.
On the
like you have a tank controlling this guy, you have everybody fighting him. There's another guy over to the left.
Island is this kingdom kind of fallen to ruin, and that the actual progression through the zone is kind of battling from the docks to a fortress. Darren, you want to kind of talk a little bit about kind of the level design of it?
Sure. The thing I think the team stuck to really well was making the journey kind of upwards towards the ending tower. And the pacing is a little different from Hive of Gorgons. Hive of Gorgons was action, puzzle sequence. Hive of Gorgons was action.
This guy missed the jump when he put it in the trailer. Imagine being that guy. It's like, if we missed
puzzle sequence boss
going in
across 3 chapters.
That's 100% intentional.
This time we decided to focus in on one real puzzle sequence that is randomized every time, so you can't necessarily learn it. I think it came out really well. The team put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, and the kind of overall story of it is effectively this
reminds you of like Shattered Mountain with the top that's like swirling around.
Kingdom that was protecting this powerful ancient relic, the Spear of Longinus, and how the rulers and the inhabitants fell lost, and the city kind of went to ruin and chaos. And now there's this new enemy there trying to seize the power
that was
of
Scott
this
Lane
relic
that missed the jump
and take over the island. And players, of course, have to heroically stop them. And that kind of leads into talking about some of our bosses. So as the players arrive on the docks, they're greeted by our first boss, the Jester. It's a really interesting design. Christian, if you want to talk a little bit about kind of how he looks and functions.
Well, think of it like you just walked into a carnival and ran into a random clown. That's who you're fighting. This is indeed one of our most puzzling boss fights ever. Like, not just in terms of mechanics, but even the
so you got a front and a back
itself,
side, so you have to fight like both at the same time. So like while the tank's on one side, the other side can be
massive square footage.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's far and away the biggest boss room arena that we've ever even tried to make. It's huge. Actually, it kind of exists as 3 individual kind of boss areas, and the Jester is kind of pulling tricks and moving around between them.
A lot of tricks.
Yeah.
Very fun.
Yeah.
We have Siege. We have Siege in PvE. They just buffed Siege. Surely we can just one-shot it, right?
Yeah, and really requires a lot of teamwork to understand where they need to go and how they need to respond to all these different tricks that the Jester is pulling off. From a kind of a role and kind of what's demanded of the player side of things, we definitely wanted to keep a lot of viability across a bunch of different builds available to players. So none of the fights really demand a strict composition of players.
I'm gonna call cap on that one respectfully. That is a big cap, but I appreciate it.
There are a couple that are going to need, they're going to benefit from, you know, potentially having an off tank or potentially having some ranged characters. I think we've seen some people pull off some pretty impressive stuff regardless. But I think from my perspective, I don't know, feel free to contradict me, everybody, but I think having a variety of different roles within the raid, melee, ranged.
But the Jays are crushing it, dude. Have you seen like the Jays, like Blue Jays games versus the Yankees? Like they're putting up so many points, it's ridiculous.
Debuffing, healing, tanking.
Now, is that perspective coming from you being a tank that you that you have this preference of
And a
maybe
sometimes
there's an
healer,
off tank?
you know,
and-
maybe.
You always need a tank.
yeah, but you will always need an off tank.
Sure.
I love DPS.
Yeah.
Kind of.
But one thing I can calmly agree with,
Like
I
it's
love DP.
like when you see if I can get the exact spot, but like. Sorry, we're getting sidetracked, but like
So-
this boss, there's no way in hell you could do this without an off tank. Like like there's like 4 mechanics in here. Like surely you have like one tank that's holding one boss that everyone else is fighting, and then the other tank is holding everyone else. Like there's way too much going on. Have they said how much a carry is gonna cost for this new content? Oh god, it's probably not gonna be clearable at the beginning.
Very fun.
Yeah, a lot of viability across a bunch of different positions. From, you know, potentially having an off tank or potentially having some ranged characters. I think we've seen some people pull off some pretty impressive stuff.
Okay,
With
we
a
already saw
variety
this.
of different roles within the raid, melee, ranged, debuffing, healing, tanking.
Now, is that perspective coming?
So like what I would think for the actual comp at the beginning, it's probably gonna be you have a tank that's just like, you know, guy that holds aggro for basically all the bosses. You need to have 2 light SNSs to have infinite debuff extensions on a boss. You need to have at least 1 life staff. It's probably going to end up being 2. One's probably going to have Volt Flail. One's going to have Void Gauntlet. You need a Renbot. You need a Spear. And then that takes up a bunch of the slots, right? Like if I were to like just write that out. Like... You have tank, you have SNS, with round shield. You have SNS with round, life staff flail, life staff void gauntlet. You need to have a spear of some kind generally. You need to have a Renbot, so like a Warhammer flail or something along those lines. Like, and that's like, this is half your, that's 7 slots, so that's left with like 3 DPS slots. What app is that? This is Notepad. It's a default app on Discord. Or not on Discord, on... You probably need 3 rapier bows, to be honest. Oh, Windows 11? Yeah, I have Windows 11. Now. I didn't before. But... like, this is probably, like, this slot is, like, debatable. But, like, you at least have, like, these 6 ones probably locked in, right? Or you have it, like, split into groups for... You'd have, like, that would be a group, this would be a group, and then you have, like, 3 spots that are kind of floating around. So if you needed, like, double tank, you'd have a tank here. You would have 2 DPS slots, then you probably have Bleed Rapier in there, you probably, like, if, like, it's just not a lot of slots. Tank will main hand SNS, you need 1 for second group. No, you need to have 2 light SNSs. That's the entire point. It's like if you have 2 light SNSs, you could have infinite debuff extensions. Like it's not just, hey, we have a tank, we have an SNS, we don't need this. You run Mound Shield as a main tank, you don't need tower? You probably need a tower. It's a raid. Think 1 is enough? You're just not gonna have infinite with 1. Like, you'll have high uptime, but you won't have infinite. Yeah, you need the round for extension. So, like, okay, maybe you cut this and then you have a normal tank, but I highly doubt you can run a normal tank with a round. Rapier probably dropping a tier because of lower attributes, not sure though. Yeah, I mean, you would think, like, pure weapons would be a bit better. There's always, like, trade-offs with different things, but it's just like a lot of these slots are like kind of locked in. Like I don't like going out and saying, oh, you could play whatever you want in the hardest content that's ever come to the game. Like, don't worry about it too much. Like, that's just total bullshit, to be honest. Like you have this, like, you have 2 out of 10 slots are definitely a life staff. You definitely have a tank. You at least have 1 SNS with a round shield. You definitely need a spear. You definitely need a Ren bot. Like, I don't know. You just, you have like 3 DPS slots here. Everything else is like utility.
Coming from you being
You
a
reckon
tank
medium
that
IGVG Azoth conductors would be best? For what? I mean, I think for PvE, it's probably like Crown, Azoth conductor, or like Azoth conductors is like good, but I don't think you'd play IGVG in like PvE. Oh, for wars? I mean, right now it's Jhin meta, but I don't know. There's a patch at the end of the week. Wonder what they'll change.
Maybe that you have
we
this
go back to the
preference of
And a
maybe
sometimes
there's an
healer,
off tank.
you know,
and-
maybe.
You always need a tank.
Yeah, but you will always need an off tank.
Sure.
I
Depends
love
on the group, I guess.
DPS.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But one thing I can calmly agree with Chad is, unlike, well, our typical expeditions or raid, this one, you'll definitely need at least 2 shot callers.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in these fights. They are some of the most challenging that we've made, I think. And just a lot of separate mechanics and variety of enemies and just a lot going on. Should be a lot of fun. Should be hopefully some good challenges for the players.
Nice, and there was actually a little snippet of that first boss that we showed to players. They may have caught it in the trailer. They did see the jester laughing in their faces. So no, it's going to be very cool. Is
2
there
shot callers in
any?
EU
Is
skull.
there like a mixture
Yeah,
of
does
enemy
EU even
types
have
in
2
there, or
shot
is it
callers
one
left?
particular kind of enemy? We
Just
mentioned
Lost.
Lost. Okay,
Yep.
so if I'm gearing up and I'm concerned about any kind of perk I have that's nature, doesn't matter. Corrupted doesn't matter, but Lost.
Just go
Okay.
full on Lost.
Okay, that's good to know. I love that. Make some things simple when
Yeah.
there's so much complexity in the rest of the fights.
Yeah.
Great. Well, this has been
So lost tinctures, lost ward potions, lost trophies.
really wonderful, you guys. I really appreciate the time. Chad, Juan, Darren, Krishna, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
So up next, we're going to start talking about another thing we're very excited about in Season 10, which is Catacombs. So to help me with that, first up, we've got Isaac, Dan, and Lawrence. And we're going to dive into the technology that powers Catacombs, which is a procedural dungeon. So Isaac, why don't you go first and tell us about the challenges we faced?
Sure. Yeah. So when we first started thinking about how to build Catacombs, a procedural dungeon, we thought about how do we build our existing dungeons? What would we have to do to make a procedural version of that? And at first we were thinking we're going to have to set things up with a long build process, and that would only really enable us to ship 1 map a day because of the generation time. But we weren't really satisfied with that. We wanted to.
So that, for reference, is what Peak does. Like, Peak has 1 generated map, and they have a bunch of generated maps that they just rotate throughout each like day. And it's just RNG, and like the seed will pick which thing is generated, and then they'll hand test it to make sure it's clearable. So they're saying that was like one thing they looked at, but they went for something more generative.
To be able to generate maps on demand. So we had to work backwards from like what would need to be true in order for us to be able to deliver that. And so we said like, well, if we don't have to see all the way across the map at the same time, if we built in some constraints that would allow us to take more of a streaming approach, then we would be able to be much more dynamic about it and generate these maps at runtime on demand. And then you have a fresh map every time you play. So we talked about what constraints would be necessary for that. Are those constraints compatible with the design? It turns out that they were. So that's why we have things like every room in the catacombs has floor-to-ceiling walls. All of the corridors have bends in them, so you can't just see straight down the whole way. So once we established those rules, it then opened the doors for us to be able to generate maps on demand, and that's why you've got a fresh experience every time. And so then once we said, all right, here's the thing that we want to do, then it became up to Dan and Lawrence to actually make it happen. So then, Lawrence, why don't you guys tell us about how you actually made that all true?
Yeah, sure. So like the first thing I wanted to do was just prove that our engine can actually make a procedural dungeon. So I just wanted to get something in the level, randomly generate it, and have the rooms connected and have the player be able to walk through it. So I looked up some basic procedural algorithms. One I stumbled across is called wave function collapse. It's just a fancy word for, it's a constraint solving algorithm. And when I got that implemented, I was able to actually get into the game and have a player run around. It was super cool. And we could make as big of a dungeon as you want, and completely random though. So when you zoom out and fly your camera up, you can see like, no, this is complete chaos. It's random.
So don't do that.
There's no control to it. If we use that, you could end up with like your start room is one room away from the boss room. Obviously that's not great. So we wanted to figure out how do we give design control of the game flow. So
yeah, so
I don't know why this guy goes deep into computer engineering for this part. I mean, this is the cool part about this is that they didn't like reinvent the wheel. Like they used something that was already existing, leveraged it, and then manipulated it to get something that they want.
So we really wanted to control that chaos, right? So some of the constraints or like design goals were like, maybe we only want 5 bosses, right? Or maybe we want stores before every boss, or we would want some locked gates and keys and puzzles, things of that nature. Or maybe we want to add some cycles so the player doesn't just backtrack too much.
yeah, so going into the cycles, it's kind of a cool design concept that, you know, as you said, makes players not have to backtrack as much. It can serve multiple purposes, but like an example, the simplest form is a player enters dungeon, they go down a path, they reach the end of the boss room, and they beat them, and then when they leave that boss room, they're conveniently back at the start.
So this is like rehashing a boss that we saw from Expedition, right? It's like the Ifrit boss from the Fire Expedition. Yeah, from Imperial Forge. Yeah.
Room and they can leave the dungeon. So that's like a simple loop. Another example is like a locked door and key puzzle. So players walk into a room, they see 2 locked doors, but then they look around, there's one room that's open, so they can go through there. And then on the other side of that room, there's a lever, and it opens that door that they were prevented from going into. And it also conveniently opened the other locked door, and now they can go through the dungeon. And then the third kind of high-level cycle concept is through the dungeon. And then the third...
So you go from there to there, so you have like a map.
Third kind of high-level cycle concept is a forking path. So you can have, you know, a short, risky path that the players can choose to go down, or maybe there's a longer, less risk, but less reward path. Those both converge back to the same point at the end, so it allows the design still control the general flow of the dungeon, but it's still another version of the cycles.
Lawrence, you worked a lot with the designers on this, so I'd like you to tell us a little bit about how you work with them. What was your workflow like?
Go back to look at
on
the
this?
pot bar.
But at the end, there's a long, you know, concept is...
The legendary pot? That's probably just a playtest thing. The mechanic at the bottom is probably like some sort of timer. Everything else looks pretty similar. The dungeon has buffs once you... Yeah, like this like detonate like looking thing. Yeah, it's probably like a damage buff or something like that. The pot is to cleanse a mechanic. Okay. Oh, so that's... Okay, it's just related to the game mode. Darren tank build.
A forking path, so you can have
34k HP,
you know, a short,
tank.
risky
That's a
path
lot.
that the players can choose to go down, or maybe there's a longer, less risk but less reward path.
I assume
those both
that's
converge
like
back to the
with
same
some
point at
sort
the
of,
end,
like,
so
soft cheat
it
for
allows
dubbing,
the
but
design still
it's
control
not, it's a
the general
lot.
flow of the dungeon, but it's still another version of the cycles.
Lawrence, you worked a lot with the designers on this, so I'd like you to tell us a little bit about how you work with them. What was your workflow like so that you were able to satisfy their design
40k HP
goals
is a ton
while
to have
also
on a
getting
tank.
that randomization in place and keeping it feeling fresh?
Yeah, so I really wanted the algorithm to carry as much of the weight as possible for design. Some of the constraints the design wanted were like, maybe they wanted like a minimum of 5 bosses, or a puzzle room that's followed by a power room, or a store before every boss, for example.
Is this live? No, it's live
And so
in 1
like
week.
in order to do that, that essentially defines a mission graph. And a mission graph, it's just like a flow of things that can happen that have some logic to them, right? So an example of that is, given a starting seed, as it can be like we have a start room followed by a gameplay cycle followed by a feed.
They kept camera shake on? Bro.
It can be like we have a start room followed by a gameplay cycle followed by a boss
Why
cycle.
is camera shake something people
And
want?
maybe the gameplay cycle can get replaced into a lock and gate followed by a treasure. And the boss can be replaced by a store followed by a boss followed by a power-up. And each iteration of this, like each one of these rooms can then get replaced further into additional cycles up until you have a 100-room dungeon.
It's pretty huge.
It's pretty big. And so like part of the challenge there is like how do you test something that's that random, right? And so like what sort of tools did we need to create? And maybe Dan can chime in on that.
Yeah, so we definitely knew like from the start that
The only thing I worry about is the diversity of mobs, the consumables and sets. Yeah, I mean, there's like 6 factions in the game. There's 5 trophy slots, so obviously Ultimate Combat Trophy is like preferred if you're trying to like actually go through the whole thing. But I think for the majority of players, like they're not gonna go through every single boss. They're gonna go through like, you know, a good amount of bosses. But if you're not trying to get through everything, it probably doesn't matter as much how strict you have to be on like what's BIS. But if you're trying to like actually go through everything, and if like there's really good rewards at the end, and yeah. They said they don't like tanks doing huge damage like it currently is.
you know, testing and iteration is going to be a big part of this process.
I already
And
had
when you're working
500
with
con.
random
What do you want from me?
procedural
It's still gonna be 500
content,
con.
you know, you want to repeat the same scenario that you had before
PvE,
when you're
they're,
testing
like,
a bug.
really low con.
And so the way we handled that was we had a tool that would dump the whole layout into like a JSON format. So anybody encounters a bug, they can save their layout and they can share that with anybody on the team. Or if you just had a particular layout that you thought was really interesting, you
Oh,
could
that's
share
fun.
that across the team. And anybody could load that up and repeat the same exact dungeon. So that was really critical for our iteration. The other really cool tool was the debug visualization of the dungeon. So same thing, we would send that JSON format to your client, and we'd be able to render all the rooms and the layout on your screen. And this made it really easy for designers to iterate because they could go into their database and tweak some numbers and their seed graphs, and then they could press the generate layout button. And like at the press of the button, they generate a whole new 100-room map, and they could just keep doing that and iterate and see results instantly. So that was really critical for our process.
And again, that was only possible because we decided to go with that dynamic approach.
Parkour room? Does it say it in there?
The press of the button, they
Boss room, parkour. There's actually a parkour room. That's so funny. Hallway room, hallway room, hallway room. Yeah, so how many bosses are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 bosses in this layout. And then maybe it just keeps going. Because there's a slide bar here. So like, what? Probably 5, 6 bosses. 6 max. And you start here. You can work your way. You could find that boss. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot going on there.
You generate a whole new 100-room map, and they could just keep doing that and iterate and see
Catacomb
results
talk.
instantly. So
I
that
mean,
was
this is
really
going to be
critical
probably the
for
majority
our
of the PvE
process.
content. That'll be really
And again,
interesting.
that was only possible because
in
we
the
decided
raid.
to go with that dynamic approach
Yeah.
and not the offline overnight build approach. So it all worked together to get us some really efficient workflows.
Yeah, so it's really been, because it was pretty early on when we first got like that first version of it working with just like totally random.
This is really cool because it's like they had an option to do something that was more simple that like other very successful games have done, like Peak, and then they had an option to do something more complex with a higher reward, and they chose something that was more complex with a higher reward, and it sounds like they delivered on it, or at least I think they did.
And it's been really cool to see all of this stuff get built over time, and it's kind of been like fun from day one, but it just gets funner and funner and funner. So I think you all just crushed it. Did amazing work on this thing. It's a great job.
Thank you.
And well, that just leaves talking about the design of the mode itself. So we'll get into that next. So with that, we're going to start talking more deeply about the design of Catacombs, the mode. And to help me with that, we're bringing back Darren, Nix, and Chad. And so when we dive in here, let's talk about the goal for the mode, which was replayability, right? We have dungeons. We love dungeons. We wanted to know what a more replayable version of dungeons would be like. Chad, why don't you start?
Yeah, so kind of to your point, I mean, I think one of the most interesting aspects of this game mode when we first started talking about it was taking all these pieces that we have from the game and turning it into a really dynamic format that's going to be different every time you do it. That's going to be a relatively short duration. It's a 30-minute timer, so it's like it's gonna be a relatively
I don't like
gimmick
this.
format. That's going to be.
I don't like how you pick up a consumable and it doesn't automatically go in the empty consumable slot.
Different every time you do it. That's going to be a relatively short duration. It's a 30-minute timer, so it's like it's a capped experience length. You know, kind of random generation, variety of enemies, pulling in everything that we've got, basically, or nearly everything, as much as we could squeeze into this build, and yeah, giving players
same group
a little bit of a smaller, more intimate experience. So only 3 players max, but allowing people get in very quickly. We don't want people sitting around waiting for a queue to pop for, you know, minutes or hours or anything. When you queue up,
yeah, the tank is
if you're
tanky.
the only one, you go in. I think
tanky.
within a minute, pretty much, and then you'll get backfilled people as they become available. So we really want to kind of speed up the experience of getting in and doing a dungeon crawl, and really leveraging all these assets and really cool things that
4 slots
we've
for
got
gear.
from the game.
Exactly right. They're getting rid of attributes and adding one more.
So yeah, there's a lot of pieces to it. There's a lot to talk about. But Darren, you want to talk about kind of the flow a little bit once you're inside?
Sure. So getting to approach this as a level designer was like super interesting. There was a ton of learning that we did along the way. The vision for it was to make it like a true dungeon crawl with some exploration, which is at tension with the timer, and have the tool set which tech is talking about that allows for that. The reward loop became very important in this flow. The aspects and ascension moments, and there's a lot of kind of back and forth about that as we develop those systems.
A lot reiteration.
No, we did. It was wonderful to get it playable as early as it was, so we could play test it and iterate and try things.
Yeah, and I guess getting back to the level design, right? Like we made a static map, we made it out of tiles. We started jumping in there, finding where the fun was. We adjusted tile size along the way, which was kind of a big deal at the time.
Yeah.
For me personally, it was like a really rewarding process of getting to, it was such a robust team. There were so many talents on the team. I got to really focus down on level design, which is, my passion. And I think we delivered on this, and I'm proud of it.
Yeah. So similar to Darren, I've been doing a little bit on the level design and also touching a lot of the other areas because I wrote the document and drove the implementation of many aspects. And as a team, we really want to put this game mode together as a complete game loop, a self-contained experience, and that starts with matchmaking all the way from combat, encounters, and then level up, and then finally we top it off with the moment of extraction. So before the extraction, you kind of are just wandering around the dungeon. Every path can be a viable path. There is no golden path. There is no clear sense of direction. You're kind of just discovering the bosses popping up around the map one by one, and then plan your way as you move forward. So the moment you defeat a boss is where you can start an extraction. You can start an extraction after you beat one boss, two boss, all the way to many bosses. You can choose to go pursue another boss, even if there's not much time left on the timer. We do have a 30-minute timer for this extraction. So yeah, make sure that you're going for as much reward as possible before the extract, but don't die on the way. And also, since we figure out some of the tactics ourselves, I'm pretty sure, players are smart. They're gonna find out a lot of cheesy tactics. One of my favorite is, what if the 3 players on the team just split up and challenge different bosses at the same time? Because after you beat the first boss, the entire dungeon, including the next bosses, do get progressively stronger. So, which means if we all beat 3
Not gonna lie,
bosses
they
at the
outdid
same
themselves.
time, they
This
will
is
all
so
be
cool,
relatively
dude.
easier.
Like they took like such a basic concept and they like totally ran with it, and it's cool that they actually were able to like run with it. Like I feel like in the past it felt like design and like new features were like relatively confined, or it was like, hey, you're making this one thing, you make this one thing, you don't really see how it like interacts with everything. This like the Catacombs feels like they kind of knocked out of the park.
But you'll make sure that nobody dies in the process.
Right.
If you can time it right.
And the dungeon is 3 times harder from that point on.
Yeah.
So that's a tactic. I think what's really interesting about Catacombs as well, kind of to your point, is like we're not enforcing kind of the holy trinity of archetypes in this particular mode. You know, when you log in, when you join
You
up,
say those are booty
particular
shorts?
mode-
Those are not booty shorts. Those are like gym shorts. What do you mean booty shorts? Ben, that's how I know you haven't been in California. The booty shorts like actually like they are that short. That's why they're called that. These are not booty shorts.
You know,
So
when
too
you
high for the gym?
log in, when
Nah.
you join up,
Have you seen
it
long
could
distance
be,
runners?
You know, 3 players doing a DPS roll. It could be
See the long distance
you know,
runner shorts.
2 players doing healing. It could be 2 tanks,
He's
1
also
tank,
sitting
no
down,
tanks.
yeah.
There's a variety of different roles that you might be matched with. So your tactics are going to change based off of who you're playing with. And then we've also got the power-ups.
Yeah.
That'll let you kind of tweak your role a little
Yeah.
This is Nimble Coat. This is the Artifact Life Staff from before.
So we call it aspects. What it allows is to gives you
Death Step, jump 700% further after backstab and headshots with a 10-second cooldown and kills.
you a lot of utility skills.
Some of the sea monster attack when you hit 2 heavy attacks in a row.
18 in total that partially transform your role from your current role to somewhere either more
That's
extreme or more well-rounded.
You're a summoner now,
so for
boys?
example,
Hell yeah.
if we got a team full of 3 DPSs, you know, usually I'll be like, oh, we're screwed, right? Let's just start another match. But at the beginning and, you know, throughout the matches, you do get these aspects one by one.
Wait, why would you ever get 3 DPSs though? Like, shouldn't there be a roll queue? Like, am I crazy? Like, isn't that like not really in the design scope at that point if you just have a roll queue? Like, I feel like that's the easier solution here. There's no roll queue? Ew. Okay.
And some of the aspects, like the aspect of Paladin, allows you to heal all your teammates, you know, when they're relatively far away from you, even with every hit you do. So you kind of transform your role into being sort of like semi-healer. And let's take a mage as an example. If I am in a mage build and both of my teammates are DPSs, I can either go all out on a mage build, or I can go for a paladin / reaper build to empower my teammates and let them heal throughout my combat, or I can even choose aspects such as mana ward and, you know, all of the spell warden aspects to make myself a semi-tank. I will do relatively less damage, but I will have incredible tanky moment-to-moment these moments. And
I mean, the thing is like, say I'm a DPS and I want to play tank, and I don't want to run like taunt gems, and then I'm increasing my survivability, which therefore then decreases your DPS, which then decreases your aggro because you don't have taunt gems. Like that doesn't really make sense to me. Like, it more so, like, this just sounds like you kind of need to have a Carnelian and be ready to swap it in. Yeah, you'll have to have multiple sects and respects. I mean, that just seems like the easier part to me, is like, you just go in with, like, a pseudo, like, DPS set, go in with, like, a pseudo tank set, and, like, just swap them around. It might give you a threat on the aspect. If it does that, it would work, but it needs to have the threat.
And yeah, so I'll basically tank a lot of monsters to enable my teammate to do the damage.
And just so it's clear, because it's a bit clear from context, but what are aspects and ascensions?
So the ascensions are effectively health and damage increases.
Yeah.
I think we did, what, 10%?
Yeah.
So the players are increasing their health and power
Oh,
through
that's
the
why they have so
ascensions.
much HP.
And as you mentioned earlier, every time you defeat a boss, they get a large jump in health and damage as well.
Yeah.
So the player is kind of trying to keep up with the bosses through ascensions while the bosses are also increasing in their power. There's 6 potential bosses within a Catacombs run. The rewards increase significantly.
The boss. Dude, that just sounds so gross. Yeah, 2k gold each run. Yeah, it just sounds so gross. It's the problem with doing like multi types, I guess. I mean, maybe you can go through like the first 3 or 4 bosses and you don't really need to like use coatings, or you don't need to use ward potions, and then like the last boss, like you can just do it. They just make you have a universal buff. It's just not this complex. I mean, yeah, that would be the easier solution.
For each boss that you manage to defeat, there's 2 resources that you might get out of it. There's
there's more
you
buffs.
manage to defeat.
A rodent toxin gives allies 10 seconds of rodent immunity. Receive 3 toxins now.
There's 2 resources that you might.
Heavy hits below 40% health. Build a barrier to immortalize and heal allies. So if you're low HP, you heal
Get
them
out of it.
and
There's
they don't die. Okay.
sterling as well as crowns. The sterling you're getting for every single boss. The crowns start at boss 2 and ramp up from there.
So I'm guessing the purple ones are DPS, the green ones are heals, and the other ones are tank.
As far as like difficulty progression goes, the way we've kind of our concept of the tuning is to effectively make it such that the first boss and probably the second boss are pretty approachable for the average player. For most players, they'll probably be able to take out 1 and 2 bosses pretty consistently.
Starstone.
The third is probably where a casual player is going to get a little friction. They're going to be starting to run out of time. It's going to be a little bit tight, a little bit
40k HP. Jesus Christ.
Tough. For more hardcore players, we're probably expecting them to be able to knock out 4 or 5 bosses.
Don't ever underestimate the power of hardcore players. They'll probably beat boss 6 in the first day.
They might. It's possible.
Yeah.
That 6th boss is really, really ramped up in power and everything. So I think you got to have just a really clean, really, really good run to get that in time. Because remember, you're always fighting the time. As well as just not getting hit, because that thing just hits like a truck.
Well, I think it came together great, and we hope you agree when you get a chance to play it soon.
Don't forget to check out the cosmetics you can buy using crowns. Yeah, those are pretty cool cosmetics.
And last but not least, we are going to talk about the season pass. And
so I guess from the Catacombs perspective, like this is going to be the majority of the PvE endgame content for most players. I don't expect most players will be doing the raid, but the hardcore players will probably be doing the raid. It sounds like it's opened up so that you can do it more hardcore. I don't know if you can actually go in with a group or not. That's one thing that wasn't really answered there, but I imagine if you can go in a group, a lot of people want to go in with the preset group. If you can't go in a group, then it gets really interesting because you have to like swap a lot of stuff mid-run. One concern that we brought up was there was a lot of different mob types in there by design, but then the problem is you have to switch your ward potions and your coatings every single boss, which just sounds like kind of AIDS. So hopefully there's some way to remedy that, or maybe like you just need to pop them near the end.
End game progression overhaul for season 10. To help me out with that, we've got Joel. We've got Hurley. Sorry, Josh. I always call you Hurley.
I usually go by Hurley because there's too many Joshes in the world. So.
Hurley. And finally, JR.
Hello.
So let's get cracking. We have so much to talk about. We'll tee it up with the easy one first. The season pass.
Absolutely. So this season pass is oversized. Most season passes have 1 or 2 armor sets. This one has 4 and a couple other things on top of that. We're bringing back a mount to this season pass.
Ooh.
Some of the coolest skins I've seen are in this pass as well. And I say that a lot, but really, I'm really excited for a few of these. But I want to ask you guys, what are you excited for in this pass specifically?
Fox mount.
That is a great one. There is no other foxes in the game, so that is something that you're going to get. I think it's 100 in the pass, but I'd have to double check that. Really nice to have mounts back in the pass. What about you guys?
I like the Celestial Seraphim set.
That's another great
hard
one.
one to say.
It's a hard one to say, but it's a cool looking set.
Mine is the Cosmic Moon set. It has a really dope face.
That is my favorite. It like the cape on that one looks wonderful. We're gonna have screenshots in the video right here, so you should see it
Oh
right
my,
about.
wait, this looks sick though. Look at the face. Oh, and the cape on that is awesome.
On that
I mean, they all look
It's
good.
another great.
Like this looks pretty cool too. It's like you're a Tin Man.
What about you? Last one. There is no other.
I mean, I imagine this is like concept art because like it's obviously like not on the grass and stuff. But if you want to be a furry, you can be a furry now. miicrow, you can have a pre-made group. Nice.
Foxes in the game, so that is something that you're going to get. I think it's 100 in the past, but I'd have to double check that. Really nice to have mounts back in.
These are my favorite cosmetics we've done. I mean, those cosmetics are like actually so cool. Like they're so cool.
In the past. What about you guys?
I like the
The T-posing. They're not actually going to be T-posing. It's just concept stuff.
Seraphim set.
That's another great
hard one to say.
It's a hard one to say, but it's a cool looking set.
This is
Mine is the
awesome.
Cosmic Moon set. It has a really dope face.
That is my favorite. It like the cape on that one looks
like,
wonderful. We're gonna
this
have
is like wallpaper-esque. Like this is just like so cool.
shots in the video right here, so you should see it right about now. Right? Yes. Cool. Thank you. Really look forward to seeing what you guys think about these. I think you're going to be pleasantly
Dyeing that one
surprised.
white.
I think
Oh,
our
yeah, you
artists
can you
killed
dye
these
skins?
items.
I don't know if you
so
could dye skins.
Keep an
You can
eye
dye
out for this. There's some
translogs.
really cool stuff in this pass, more than what you've seen in most of the other passes.
Nice. Yeah, and so, well, now let's dive into the end game, the rest of the end game stuff that we've built. So
You can dye 'em?
The announce blog post is already live.
I've never
We've all
dyed a
seen
skin
it,
before,
So that
but
does
that-
a pretty good job of
That's gonna
like
look really
listing
cool.
out
I mean, the
all of
visual
stuff.
effects on it are just like,
I'm
fantastic.
glad that that's out because there's so much to talk about. We're probably going to forget a couple.
They
of
just finally wanted to make gold from skins. I mean, I think that's like probably the way that everyone's kind of doing it going forward. No, like that's been like the easy low hanging fruit where no gamer really complains about having good skins. Gamers are very happy to spend lots of money on skins. Just look at League of Legends with the Fox Girl skin that like sold for like over $100 and went crazy, and people started like banning the character in game and competitive because they didn't want to see the skin because there was like a protest against it, but people still bought it anyway. Like the Riot figured out how to make a ton of money off of that thing, but like I feel like it's like the low hanging fruit to make a lot of money. It was $500. Was it actually $500? I thought it was like 100.
things. But we'll
There's
start
no way
from
that
the
was
very
500.
top level. So somebody, and I won't say who, already
cloak
accidentally
also has a
said
moving
that we're
night sky
raising
on
our
it?
gear
I don't know what
score.
you're talking about,
right?
But
800?
If you hadn't heard,
Yes, 800 gear score. There's a lot of sweeping changes in here. There's a few things we really wanted to hit. We're going to talk about a lot here. This is a very meat and potatoes segment for the in-game progression. Some of the goals
I need that. We've had an hour of fluff.
that we really wanted to hit for this is we wanted to make sure we
parts are
felt
cool,
like
though.
even some of
The
the older
Catacomb stuff is
gear,
really
still stayed viable. So yes, we're adding new systems. We're adding
We
set
all laughed
bonuses,
when he accidentally
we're going to
leaked
get
800
into
gear score. Oh yeah, that was great. And then everybody immediately was like, "Wait, is all my stuff like currently like that I currently have completely useless?" It's just like everyone went down the rabbit hole immediately. It's like, oh no.
those. But we also wanted to make some of the old gear, like the illegal perk combos, still feel viable, so you can level those up.
Unlucky.
So we really focused with the Umbral system to allow all gear to be leveled up. And again, we'll talk about more details on that in a second. But I do want to call out that Umbral is not a crafting system. It is a contextual menu. You click on a piece of gear, you right click, and you can upgrade anything that's gear score 700. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything that's 700 plus is upgradable. So there's a lot of questions on Reddit. There's a lot of questions in the YouTube videos. But I want to clarify that if you have a piece of gear, if you use your some of your lower level stuff, if you make some Gorgonite stuff, all
Frigid
of it
Dawn
can
for
be
the win.
turned to.
You don't need Frigid Dawn though, right? Because you have the different charm slots. Like you could have they talked about later on in this where like in M3s you could have 4 different unique charm slots. We know there's offensive, there's defensive, there's skill charms. So you could already have those illegal perk combos that you couldn't have in the past. So that's not really the reason. Like there's more to it than just like, oh, I'm just gonna use my Frigid Dawn because it was bis in T1 and upgrade it to T2. Like you're probably gonna find better stuff.
Gear score 800.
To clarify though, it's not all items, right? It's just like armor, weapons,
Yes.
right?
Armor, weapons,
Goals to
jewelry.
make gear
You
more
can't
viable.
upgrade-
Yeah, I mean it's definitely like I like the idea of making stuff upgradable, because then you can like introduce things in the future, and then stuff in the past remains like usable to some extent as well. There's like a few like edge cases where it gets weird with like stuff that doesn't contribute to gear score, like shields. But like generally speaking, playing the game of like upgrading gear score, I think works pretty well in New World.
Your trinkets, you can upgrade your bags. Thank you, that is a great call out.
And it makes it super interesting to gear out too, right? Because you have like certain people that want to like, I want to be really, really tanky. I'm going to go all defensive stuff. That's best for me. You have someone else that's like, I want offensive stuff. That's best for me. Ideally, you could sell some of the gear, but you probably can't, because I think most stuff at this point is buying on pickup. But like there's aspects there where you can like interact with different player bases, and people can pick up what they want to pick up.
You can't upgrade your musical instruments, but you can upgrade your weapons, your armor, and your jewelry. If it hits 700, it's good. So all of those old crafting recipes still work. Anything that puts you at 700 plus, artifacts, you guys were asking about those. That's another thing. You can upgrade all of those to 800 as well. All of those items remain viable. So
then it's like, okay, I can upgrade my artifacts. What's the point of golden coconuts? Like that's the rabbit hole you get to when you set it to 700, not 725. But I still think it's probably better to be lower than higher.
That is still good. Some of them are traps. Yes, you don't want to upgrade everything. You want to be very careful. We'll talk more about Umbral in a little bit in the segment there. I think we have it on the list here. I want to make sure everyone's aware that everything can be upgraded. It is not, you don't go to a crafting station. You just click on the item and you can go to the menu and upgrade it with Umbral, which is a currency, and we'll talk about all those details in a little bit. That means anything you get, go for it. 700 plus. Have fun.
Why don't we? So the couple of things we did want to mention before we dive into the rest of the way would be,
there's going to be so many debates about what's actually best for what build. It's going to be very entertaining, and I think it's ultimately going to come down to preference as like a player at a certain point. Like if you want to be more tanky, so that you like don't die as much. If you want higher DPS, so that you have higher kill potential. Like kind of finding that balance, like that's going to be like the kind of fun part. And the weird part is you're only limited to upgrade a certain amounts of gear per week, but like remember, if you go into OPR, gear will be upscaled, so you can at least try stuff out before you like commit to things. Like I think it like just overall the idea of like not having necessarily like one track BIS sets is like ideal.
The small details like attributes. Can we explain attributes?
Yes, so we've adjusted the way attributes work as a whole. We've pulled out all the perks that used to be on the attributes like Soldier, Ranger. Those are all pulled off of all the existing items, and all attributes are purely gained through leveling and the consumable foods that grant attributes.
And we added more attributes to leveling.
Yeah,
right?
there's no power loss.
You still have the same amount of attributes.
We did adjust it, so there's a little bit less total attributes, and that's basically to not allow you to be like a tank DPS person together. So there's a little bit less. I think previously you could get up to like 735-ish. Now it's around like 530-ish.
So the interesting point here is for healers, we've already seen them like kind of say that, hey, you need to have 300 focus to queue as a healer for this mode. You see that, and that with perks where it's built into scaling as well. So we kind of had a problem, I think, in T1 where healers were incredibly tanky and they healed a ton from a PvP side, and this will help mitigate it, because if you want to access those full potential healing perks, now you have to drop your con a little bit, and you can't necessarily have everything. Back to 200, 250 bruiser, or even some dex. I mean, yeah, you can get kind of crazy with it. In PvE, people should typically always been low con, and they have used their gems very effectively to mitigate damage to the point where it was like borderline abusive. Like people got above the gem cap because they figured out ways to bypass that. And they have some clever ways that they try to mitigate that, which is neat.
You can't go 500 dex and 200 strength anymore.
Yeah, Old Crown is stronger
That
now.
was done because we've also
AOP,
increased the...
Well, AOP and Old Crown, you figure they got, like, the attributes on those got reduced.
Scaling, or not increased, adjusted the scaling on all the weapons. So all the weapons that previously only had one attribute that they scaled with now have two, and the ones that had two kind of have adjusted amounts of how much the two scales with, and so it allows for wider variety of build combinations and kind of making it so you can customize where your attributes go, and those you can kind of fine tune it to maximize any potential combination you want.
And that's like the major strength of New Road too, right? You play to the strengths of like you have very interesting builds that like can change very, very fast, and you can do a lot of different things. The unfortunate thing that we fell into recently is like you typically have like a main hand weapon and you have an offhand weapons, and they typically pair together, and you don't have as many classes like Bruiser that have like kind of have two main hand weapons equipped at the same time. But like finding that balance aspect, I think it would be really, really cool, and they figure out a way to like make it so that having two weapons that like require them to be more active to get more value at the same time would be really interesting if they could kind of nerf that, or like, sorry, kind of figure that out. This part's super weird. It's super unclear. I mean, I think if there's like an image, it would probably be helpful, or like just some like illustration of like what's going on. I guess there's some like on Reddit that aren't ideal. Holy crap! Why do I have 16 DMs? Oh, this is for deadlock stuff. Okay, never mind. I asked somebody for help to get better. Okay, and they roasted me. That's good. But no, there's a lot of stuff going on in terms of like how you actually upgrade stuff, and this will be the part that we interact with the most. The biggest thing is like early on, like for New World, like we were talking about earlier, how like the focus probably a year to 2 years ago is, hey, we had 90% of our player base drop off or hit their level 60. How can we kind of retain that? And now we have the inverse problem where it's like people like get there, but then they don't know what to do when they get to max level. And this is like a system that will hopefully allow people to kind of do whatever they desire to do and then upgrade gear however they desire. But then if you want to have stuff that like truly is like the most powerful, you need to interact with some of the more hardcore modes. So it's like it kind of like eases people into that end game, and I really like how that's like structured. Like this system sounds like it makes a lot of sense and has a lot of potential to do well in the long run. It's like it set the devs up for success in the future too. Because then you go into like season 11, they're like, okay, we could add set bonuses to Hive of Gorgons, we could add it to the Worm, like you could backtrack it almost, and you can just kind of expand upon your pre-existing systems. It's lower hanging fruit. And then people want to like, you know, re-gear to get that gear, and you're like interacting with all these systems again. So it's just like everything just seems like it will like thrive and like kind of the ideas bounce off each other in a way that's like very encouraging.
I also want to talk about the perk pass that you did.
There was one perk specifically, the Hardy perk on rings. It was basically just if that perk wasn't on an item, there's no point in having that. So we have deprecated the perk and replaced it with some kind of alternative perk functionality. And then we've adjusted the player's base functionality to just work as if everyone had the Hardy. So you still have 100 max stamina, but all the dodge costs were slightly adjusted to basically give you 3 dodges before becoming exhausted for light and medium, and then you still have the 2 for heavy.
Okay, so it's still 2 for heavy, 3 for light and medium. I think light before was 2, right? Like each one was 55, so it's a slight buff to light. And then only a slight nerf to medium because, you know, light got the added functionality and heavy remained somewhat the same. I mean, all of these kind of like point towards trying to increase TTK in a little bit, which I think is probably smart, but depending on like what mode you play, like time to kill will either seem high or low. Like if you're in OPR and there's 1 healer on your team, time to kill probably feels really high. If you're in war and there are I think right now in Wars there are 13 healers. People actually slot extra healers just to free cast now because healers are that strong. And they're really good at denying kills. So like in utility slots, like where people are slotting flails to like kind of roam around and deny damage, that's like a slot where extra healers are being slotted now. It's like kind of getting ridiculous. Like hopefully that will help with that a little bit. Quad DPS healers, EZZ. Yeah, that thing is like, it's dumb. And it's one of the reasons why there's so few kills in wars now. Like I've seen like T2, T3 wars where there's like 200 kills still, but like in the more competitive wars, it's very common to see like less than 50 to 100 kills in a 30-minute event with 100 players. So like that generally means that you have like the entirety of both armies dying like once throughout the entire war. It's like, it's not a lot. Like you wish that was like closer to like maybe 200, 300, but hopefully these changes can move that in the right direction.
It feels amazing.
Yeah.
Dodging is super satisfying, so everyone can dodge freely now without the Hardy perk. Yeah.
Let's dive into Umbrals the rest of the way.
Absolutely. So like I said, you can upgrade anything from 700 plus. It is a menu. You click on the item and it shows up in the contextual menu. Right now, we said in the announced article, I think it was 1,000 cap. That's lacking context. I want to go into that a little bit more. I think we actually changed it the other day. I want to say it's 4,000 right now, but really the meat and potatoes, the intent is that we want to be able to give you from 730 to 800. We want to let you upgrade 5 items a week fully.
Okay.
The ramp for upgrades is exponential in the sense of the higher you go in gear score, the more it costs. Right now, with the current weekly cap, the target is 5 items total if you go from 730, which is the bottom, to 800. If you're looking at more trying to experiment, you can get 10 790s and you can get 15 780s and still be fairly competitive.
So like the overall thing here is higher gear score, generally speaking, is better. There's been a few things that have broken down in the past that were not the case there, but generally speaking, let's just assume higher gear score is better. In terms of what you want to do early on, and I'll probably have separate videos over this, it's generally best in New World to max out your weapon gear score early, because weapon gear score has the biggest impact on PvE content and PvP content, because it's kind of double counted in the formula. Your overall gear score will matter more for PvP than it will for PvE. Mutations in the past have been the only content in the game that actually like hard looks at your gear score and will scale it accordingly. Everything else, it's like based off of armor values, and that doesn't typically scale a ton. So like early on, I would probably focus on maxing stuff that you're looking to use for a while, which basically just screams max your artifacts out early. So like if you're a spear player, like max the Venom Spear. Like it's not much more complicated than that. If you're a life staff player, maybe take a gander at one of the life staff artifacts. Once you can switch some of the perks out, it might look a little bit more enticing for you, and kind of go down the line from there. But if you want to be like resource efficient, you obviously can't play with everything. You could probably get stuff to like an item or two to 780 if you really just want to play around with it. Maybe 750 if you want to be conservative, but I'd recommend like getting a weapon up early, and then kind of going from there. 730 to 800, but anything 700 to 800. 730 to 830, but anything 700 to 800. So does that mean 700 to 730 costs extra? They don't go into that specifically, but it's probably like a exponential scale where, 700 to 780 is very like it's not as expensive, and then later on costs more, which is why he's talking about how you could get less pieces to 800 gear score per week than you can get to 780. So depending on what you want to do, you might just want to get to 780. This also depends on like how quickly we can get access to the umbrals, right? And like how quickly you could hit that cap, on what modes will actually give the umbrals, which there are like some separate posts on the Discord of like where you get umbrals from. PvP tracks one source, chest runs are like another source. Generally speaking, catacombs, I think the raids have them. Like they list a few sources like on the Discord. So you're saying we should max Scorpion and troll ourselves and our teammates? The Venom one's better, right? Like you do a heavy attack, it applies a dot. Like that one's actually good. No mention of matrices. Matrices will be used. They're end game crafting level stuff. Like there's no way they just like, we have this like level 250 level mechanic that we introduced called matrices. We're going to use it for 1 year, and then we're just like going to completely throw it to the wayside and ignore it. Like, no, they're going to be used. They'll find a way for matrices to be used.
So if you're looking at experimenting more, you can kind of pick and choose and try, and then fully get the rest of the things up. So you want a full set of 10 items at 790, you can do that the first week, or if you really want to pick and choose, I got a perfect roll on something, you can go do that instead. It really allows a little bit more flexibility. You don't blow through all of the content. We ripped the rate limiters off a lot of other loot drops as well. So if I go into the raid, there's no longer a weekly drop limit. I can go do the raid over and over and over again. So if I want to save some umbral, every single time I kill one of each of the 3 bosses in the raid, I will get 2 set items. I think the first boss is jewelry, the second boss is armor, and the third boss is weapons. So there's a couple sets in that piece of content. I can go do that. Same with
the problem I have with this is like it implies loot biasing to a degree, and loot biasing in raids historically has been a really bad system. But the idea of like being able to do raids multiple times like kind of helps with that a little bit.
Catacombs.
The other problem with that being able to run them multiple times, well, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing, right? Because you could have like someone that's cleared it, like maybe they don't mind clearing it again because there's actually a reward for doing that. Because that was the problem I had with Hive of Gorgons at the beginning, where I was a tank, I knew generally what to do, and I did like probably 10 Hive of Gorgons my first week, and then I did like another 10 to 20 my second week, and completely burnt myself out and haven't done a Hive of Gorgons since. So that will help with it a little bit at least. Also, does this apply to Gorgon? I mean, Gorgon's a raid, right? Technically speaking, the Sandworm is an elite trial. It's not a raid, so I don't know how that works with that. But Chinese gold sellers are just raid 24/7 and sell mounts. I mean, I think the raid's going to be relatively hard. Like, I'm sure they'll probably try to figure out some way to do it. They're going to have to come back botting to some degree if ever becomes a thing. If people are successfully botting raids, like, that's kind of crazy, especially considering some of the mechanics are RNG dependent. But that would be nuts.
There's multiple sets there, and then there's the PvP reward track. that
Joe,
has
the
multiple
New World
sets.
Dev confirmed that Matrix is used in the 3 craftable armor. Is there just a bunch of stuff going on in the New World Discord where they're saying a bunch of things now? Okay. It's slightly difficult, yes. Yeah. I think the raid is going to be challenging. If you're playing on 200 ping from Vietnam, like, or wherever, it's going to be hard. Like, the SA servers are still up, but, like, it's going to be hard. Just kind of a little tiny bit. Yeah, yeah.
Which again, I can go do any PvP content and get those items.
It's fun though.
Sets will be a bigger chase there.
fun.
We've built the system in a way that because Umbral allows everyone to scale to 800, it creates a ceiling for us that allows us, if we ever add sets, it's not going to be disruptive to the old sets. It's more about building a play style so that we can have new sets introduced that changes it up. The perk charms, which we'll talk about in a little bit
fun,
as well,
in my opinion, but
is
biased.
another avenue there.
I mean, I would much rather it be like I'd rather have the endgame content be hard and rewarding than like have everything be easy and not really have a point to do the endgame. Like I'm the type of person that likes to play if I'm playing a PvE game, I like it to play like over like just very, very difficult to the point where it's like kind of frustrating because then you have to like work your way through it, and I'd rather be toned that way. Like, there's a lot of like really successful PvE games lately too. If you look at like Steam charts and stuff like that, like Helldivers 2 has been like completely popping off like the last like couple months, and that game is like incredibly hard if you play it at the highest difficulty. In my opinion, it's like really fun.
Where it allows us to rebalance things without really painfully hurting
really
the player,
pretty.
because now they can switch that perk charm out to something
Is it
new
Snooze
as
Fest
things
now?
get
I mean,
changed.
yeah, everyone's pissed off.
So with that, with the ceiling and with the perk charms, it really allows us to kind of mess with gear in a way that allows things to ebb and flow as content comes and goes, and allows us to build on the system without cannibalizing older pieces.
Yeah,
Let's dive into perk
I
charms
think
then.
that's right.
As you said. Why don't you guys take it that way?
Yeah, sure. I'll start us off. So the goal with the perk charm system was basically to give players more flexibility in customizing their builds, right? But we wanted the charms to also be kind of like we wanted like a gameplay loop of just acquiring them, actually. So they're going to be craftable. You're going to collect materials from a variety of content that we've spread throughout all of our existing content. And each recipe will take three materials from out of 11, as well as chromatics. So the chromatics you already have, you can use, and we lower the price of chromatics as well.
Yeah, the chromatics are 2,000 gold right now, and they no longer have a weekly limit, so you can buy as many as you want.
Nice.
So you can just keep getting them from, I think the faction shop is what it is, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's faction level 6 right now.
Still pricey, but not something that's terrible, and you can get a lot of those without having to worry. And that will be one of the bigger coin sinks for this, for Nighthaven.
Yeah, and we have 4 types. So gems we already had, and those continue to be slottable as before. We did do some balance on gems, which you can get into when we get to that. And then we have offensive charms that have more offensive utility, defensive, and then skill are like the ability perks that we had before are now always slottable. So the idea is you can mix and match those like freely.
Yeah, and previously those weapon mastery perks were actually not too desired on items, because when you're like making a set and you get a roll and it's like a chess piece with a Warhammer perk on it, if you weren't using a Warhammer, it'd be kind of a waste of a drop, and it was just an instant scrap. So now you'll have a slot and you can fill that.
That happened with multiple things, right? You had the skill perks where they didn't apply to you. It was a completely wasted drop. You have the armor type. So if you get a heavy drop and you're a light player, that's completely irrelevant to you, which was generally solved from loot biasing. But the problem with that is if you went into a PvE encounter with one set and you wanted gear from a different weight set, it was very hard to do so. And then you also had it with attributes, where all 3 of those were effectively gating. The new way it's gating is no longer from the drop, like, gear perk itself, it's from the type of charms. So if I'm a pure tank player and I want a quad defensive setup, then I have to like get pretty lucky to get that, and that's going to be the part that is like time gating. And I think I calculated it out earlier today. It was like, generally speaking, it's a 1% chance to get like a quad defensive setup. So you're doing like, you're spamming M3s to try to get something like that. The attribute 2, now the gate is fixed perks and custom slots. Yeah, that, and like just completing the content and weight. Yeah, the weight is going to be like the bigger one.
Slot with whatever ability for that specific weapon you want out of the 12 active abilities. You can just pick one and just go with it and mix up whatever builds, and it makes it way easier to pivot and creates way like really interesting combinations.
On top of that, the way that perk charms roll is that you can get a mix and match. I think you can only ever get one gem socket if I remember correctly, but you could potentially get 2 offensive sockets.
I got a funny story about that, but I can't talk about that.
Sometimes they're populated when you get that roll and that item. And I do want to call out, we set up the 4 sockets. That includes gems. So when it rolls, it could be a gem slot, 2 offensive slots, and a weapon skill slot. The only way to get the 4 socket items is from M3s. You can craft 3 sockets, you can find 3 sockets in the world, but M3s are the only place to get the 4 sockets.
So this is probably easier to explain with a picture. I almost want to open up. Okay, whatever. We'll just do it here. So I have my gear, right? And then it's basically you have 5 different sections. This top one is always going to be a gem. This next one is a rotating one. It's flexible depending on the content. So for an M3, this would be a potential like charm slot. But if I had a set bonus, this could be an infix, so like an artifact. Or if I had an artifact, this is like my artifact perk. And then you have you have another one that could potentially be locked, and then you have double RNG at the bottom. So it's like generally speaking like somewhat flexible, but depending on what content you want, there might be one that's better than the other. Arrow did a good example of the new gearing. Is it later in this video? Do I not need to go into this? Maybe we finish the video first and then we go back to gearing.
So that will be desirable content because that's going to allow for the most flexibility in some cases. And I think that there's really amped up power to some of those sockets. And players are going to look for that customization to mix and match with some of the other pieces. Or maybe even ignore sets completely, which we'll get into in a little bit because of some of the trade-offs.
The idea was like, you know, some people might say, oh, like, you always want to set bonus. Like, that isn't necessarily true. It totally depends on what build you're going for. Also, because the perks that are available as charms are different from those that are available as fixed, which are, you know, different from the infixes, which we can also get into.
Yeah, the fixed are basically what the old perks were, with a specific perk on an item that you can change.
You should expect 1 or 2 fixed perks on most items. Some more obviously if there's less sockets, but those are the filler when there's not a lower roll of 2 sockets or 3 sockets going to have 2 fixed perks on it, which is the old
streamer,
system.
YouTuber. Okay.
Well, you mentioned set bonuses. Why don't we dive into set bonuses?
Okay, I'll jump in from there.
So, I mean, like, JR and Joel are explaining it here, but it's you have, like, your 5 different slots. The first one's going to be gems, so that's, like, this top one. These next 2 can be locked, and then the final 2 are almost always flex. M3s, these will be unlocked, so it's, like, generally speaking, a giant incentive to do M3s. Yeah. Now you have my giant scribbles over the screen and this. Oh, this is wrong. It's kind of right, but it's wrong. It's actually no, it's pretty close. They missed one. There's an extra slot on here, and then also this one can be an infix. It's close. It's just not right.
Yeah, so set bonuses similar to what you've seen in probably a lot of other games, is the more items of a certain set you equip, you end up unlocking tiers of that set bonus. And most of the tiers on the first tier of it are 2 and 4, and the second is 4 or 5, or 2 and 3, or 4 and 5. Yeah, and so you could mix and match, so you could just get 5 of one set, 5 of another set, and have them both active.
Okay, I could see why people would get confused though, because they're talking about all this, but there's like no visual. Like there needs to be a visual here from the dev video. This is like way too confusing. But your gem slot is like that. People say like 5 slots. Like if I open up New World right now, there will be 5 slots. There will be an attribute slot, there will be a gem slot, and there will be 3 perk slots. That attribute slot got converted to another perk slot. And of those 4 perk slots that are left, 1 to 2 of those can be locked. They could either be locked because they have an infix, and then they have like some pre-rolled perk or something like that, or you could have 2 pre-rolled perks. Generally speaking, that would be for like content that has like a set bonus, or like something that had like a give and a take. Kind of like artifacts have a give and a take usually, where it's like the artifact's really good, but then it has some sort of downside. Or you could just go for the, I don't care about these bonus effects that are really powerful, I just want something that's completely customizable. And in that case, you'd want to look towards M3s. So like, I don't know if that makes more sense, but like if you want something that's like purely for your role, like if you just want pure stats, like you probably don't want the set bonuses, but you're gonna like this. Oh god. No, they're missing it again. They're missing a perk. There's another perk here. So like I could draw a circle, but like that's another perk. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. This could be an infix. Yes, these are empty. And then like these top 2 could be locked. These bottom 2, generally speaking, are empty. Can't we just see if I can grab an image? Needed drawings in the dev vid. I mean, I might just open up draw.io and like it might just be easier just to do that. Oh no, I messed up my chats. Oh no. It made sense to me. Oh gosh, it's all black and white. Oh no. Could I do 5 here? I have not used draw.io in this way in a bit. This has 4. I could just strap another box on here in the bottom or something. Okay, so we have 5 perks, right? See if do I have to draw in a text box too? Oh god, this is sketchy. The scaling's like all off. But this one's like a gem slot. Like it's always gonna be a gem slot. This next one is a flex one, so this can be an infix for the gear that has an infix. This could be locked. This could be a charm for M3. It's like not scaling right. There we go. And then this next one is usually, it's like locked or a charm for infix. Infix is an artifact bonus. They're slightly different, but it's like a thing with a set bonus. Like a set bonus could have an infix. When I'm watching now, it's way more fun than trying to pull an official screenshot. Oh god. This is like another lock slot, or it's a charm slot from an M3. This is my sketchy draw.io diagram. And then these last 2 are just charm slots. Actually, let me make this big first and then I can copy it. So, like, depending on, like, what you want to do, what you do with these first 2 slots will depend on the game mode, right? Oh, shoot. I just messed up that. Okay. I think I didn't drag the window to a complete oblivion. But, like, these 2 are the ones that are, like, questionable for this. So, like, if you go, like, a set bonus route, these are probably going to be locked. If you go So, like, if I go set bonus route, right, this is probably an infix. That could potentially not be an infix. This is a lock slot, so it could be a perk that's not as good. but then you have like 2 slots that are more flexible. If you want to go for a complete, I want to do whatever the heck I want route, and you don't like set bonuses, like this could be a charm, this could be a charm, this could be a charm, this could be a charm. So like, from a pure tank's perspective, I'm probably going to go 4 charms. I'm probably just going to spam M3s, at least at the beginning, unless there's like a set bonus that's like incredibly good for tanks, which they're, we have to wait and kind of see what those are. But like, depending like what role you're doing, if you like the set bonuses or not, that's what you're kind of looking at. So, from a pure tank's perspective, it's one of my favorite micro sentences. I mean, most people don't want to go like quad defensive perk. Like, why would you ever want to go quad defensive perk? Like, there's some like really good offensive charms and skill charms, but like, if you're trying to just live, you generally want more stats that help you live. So, but like, this is the part that gets like really interesting, because it's like, okay, I say I want 4 charms. Like, do I want a defensive charm? Do I want offensive charms? Do I want, why'd I draw a D? That should be a C. Do I want like an offensive charm? Do I want a skill charm, which I'll draw as like yellow? Like, you have like different options there. So like, it gets very weird in terms of like what's actually BIS. Enchanted Ward, Elemental Version, Health Conditioning, which current perks? So those would be all examples of defensive perks, right? Because you're increasing your defensiveness. Say I want, like, they'll probably talk about how they break up perks, but like there's more that can be done there. Like from an offensive perk perspective, like I would think of like Keen as an example of like an offensive perk or like something like that. Random equals charm slot. Yeah, the charm slots are all random too. So like you can get, that's the part that's like grindy, is like I can get like a defensive charm slot here, and now it's like, oh, all of a sudden my charm slot isn't necessarily BIS. But like if I'm going into M3s and I want an exact combination of charm, 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 like hypothetically speaking, assuming we have late buys and it rolls in the same weight that you want, you have a 1/3 times 1/3 times 1/3 times 1/3 chance, right? So you come up to about like a 0.01 chance, which is like 1%. So you have a 1% to get whatever charm combination you want. If you only care about 3, like maybe I don't really care if I get a skill charm on one of these pieces, like now it's like a 3 to 4% chance. So it's like depending on how picky you want to be, like it'll be easier or harder to get gear. So that's my brief explanation of what's going on that may or may not make sense to people. But tinydraw.io diagram where this is one piece of a gear. So this is one piece, you have 10 pieces of gear. So you have 50 total perks for any set. So there's a lot going on. Perfect. My amazing draw.io diagram.
At the same time,
I love
or if you don't want to get the full, all the tiers, you could only unlock one specific tier of them.
One of them has a 1, right?
Yeah, one set does have a 1
How do you
bonus.
get to drop it 4 charms?
It makes sense
M3s.
contextually based on how it works, but that one's a fun set. But
M3s will only drop the 4 charm sets. If you want like 3 charms and a locked, or 2 charms and double locked, like that will generally be from any reward. If you get set bonuses, they'll generally be 1 to 2 preset perks. I said there are 4 gem slots, including gems, miicrow, and M3s. It's not including gems. If they said that, they're getting confused. It's not including gems. What do you think about split skill ever on weapon? It can, if it increases your damage output, people probably take advantage of it. If it doesn't increase your damage output, it won't, right? So like, say Firestaff has A tier int scaling and F tier dex scaling, and I just have 300 stats that are dedicated towards damage, and I want the rest of my stats dedicated towards con. It might not necessarily make sense to put any stats into dex at that point.
That one has the biggest trade-off, yeah. Enrage set, that one has the biggest trade-off, but it also, I think, can lean into the most offensive power. So we added the trade-off to kind of make it more interesting. But that's where the set bonus is pretty cool, because you could actually, with it 1, 3, and 5, you could actually just get like 1 and 3 and not get a 5 bonus, and then free up some other set bonuses to combine with.
Oh god, they're going through set bonuses math. We just did math. No. Do you guys get the set bonus stuff where they're talking about how all the different combinations, or is that confusing too? Math. The combinations get weird for this one too. So this is my gem diagram. Let's do X math. Okay. I don't know anything. Tell me everything. Okay. So say we have our 10 items, right? We have our gear set. We have our 5 armor pierces, or our 5 armor sets. Why are these like weird colors? Can I pick like a normal color? I guess we could say blue is armor, right? So I got my 5 armor ones. And then I've got my 2 weapons, which generally are at the top. I'm not including shields. I have no idea where shields belong in this. And then you have your 3 jewelry pieces. So this is like typically how you gear out your gear. That one looks too similar. Let's do green. So we have armor in blue, we have weapons in red, we have 3 jewelry. There would generally be a shield down here. I don't know where shields really belong in a set. But from when they're talking about here, they're talking about like you have 10 total possible items, and you're trying to fit all these different combinations. There's combinations of like 1, 3, and 5, and there's combinations of 2 and 4. So if I have a 5 combo here, and then the only other option I have is I could fit another 2 combo, I could fit another 3 combo, but this is not including artifacts as well. So if I want to use like 3 artifacts and I want to use a 5 set, now I only have a 2 combo left. So it gets weird from that point, from like a combinations and permutations example, but like you could do a 4 and a 2, you could do a 3, a 3, a 4, and a 3. So that would probably be the one that most people go 3, 4, 3, I would think. Where you have 3 as artifact, 4 as a 4 of set bonus. You have 3 as a 3 out of 5 set bonus. Like that would be one combo. Like it just becomes harder to fit sets as you have more things. And the other thing too is, generally speaking, the gear will roll with particular sets on it. So not every slot will have potential for those sets. So like, say I want my healer set or whatever you want to call it, and say the healer set rolls a chest piece, it rolls an amulet, it rolls a ring and like a life staff, and I have to have that set to hit my healer 2 out of 4 set bonuses. Like those are my only options. And if I want to do something with a different set, like say I want to use this like defensive set or whatever, and this is a 1-3-5 set, but this 1-3-5 set also uses my chest piece. Well, now I can't hit that. So like that's the part where it gets really weird and trying to figure out like what sets to fit with what, if you're trying to fit set combinations. It's just, there's a lot going on there where it's like you have to judge the total amount of slots that you have. You have to figure out like what mashes together. You have to figure out if the items that actually drop those set bonuses will actually be compatible with that other set. It's very complicated in the sense of like what would actually be BIS. Or you could just ignore this whole thing and you could just be like, I don't care about set bonuses at all. I'm going my M3 route. I'm using everything that has a charm slot, and like you could do that too. So the artifacts are getting set bonuses too? No, I don't think artifacts are. Artifacts are a different system. 4 charm luck set for S tier chest runs? Is there even a charm, like, is there even a luck set that's like, can you get luck above 700 gear score? Like, I haven't used luck in so long. But in terms of like what's actually going to be BIS for endgame, it's going to be very weird. The cool part about this is like as I introduce more sets, it'll rotate with like what's actually BIS and what's not actually BIS. And you have to kind of figure it out from there. Yeah, the winter event. Winter event has above 700 gear score luck. I mean, we're 2 months out from that too. See if they add it back in future ones. I can't wait for a CC increased set bonus. Oh, please tell me there's not.
Can we give them, the viewers,
we already have your
set
amulet.
is? Do you know?
Yeah, so the Enrage set, the first tier of it, you basically, every time you hit a target, you gain a damage bonus, but you also take additional damage, half of what the damage bonus is. So I think,
right?
I don't remember the exact values, but I think it was you get a 2% damage bonus per stack, and then a 1% increased damage taken per stack. And then that goes up to 10 stacks, and then the additional tiers will increase that to 15 and 20.
Please tell me they didn't just describe this and not put the picture in for the set bonus. This
25
one's
stacks.
so complicated.
And then they also have additional benefits where you gain more stacks quicker based
Go
on
back
different
30
attacks.
seconds.
Then the percent.
Do they have it in here?
The viewers, what?
Up some other set bonuses to combine with.
Can we give them, the viewers, what that set is? Do you know?
Yeah, so the Enrage set, the first tier of it, you basically, every time you hit a target, you gain a damage bonus, but you also take additional damage, half of what the damage bonus is. So I think...
Please picture it yourself. Oh god, no. Oh no.
I don't remember the exact
I think
values,
someone
it
had a
was you get
screenshot.
2% damage bonus per stack.
My pictures are
and then
so
a 1%
bad.
increased damage taken.
Like, for reference, if you guys have ever played Pictionary, I'm the person that can like guess anyone's like picture like instantly. It doesn't have to remotely resemble anything, but no one could ever guess mine. Like there is like no chance anyone ever guessed my picture. So like I'm sorry in advance. And then I'm also drawing with a mouse on top of this. More back.
Yeah, I'll jump in from there. Yeah, so set bonus is similar to what you've seen in probably a lot of other games. It's the more items of a certain set you equip,
looking
you
through
end
the
up
preview to try
unlocking
to find
tiers of
it.
that set bonus. And most of the tiers on the first tier of it are 2 and 4, and the second is 4 or 5, or 2 and 3, or 4 and 5.
Someone have a
Yeah,
timestamp?
and so you could mix and match. So you could just get 5 of one set, 5 of another set, and have them both active at the same time. Or if you don't want to get the full all the tiers, you could only unlock one specific tier of them.
One of them has a 1, right?
Yeah,
It still has
one
that,
set
right?
does have a 1 bonus. It makes sense contextually based on how it works, but that one's a fun set. But that one has the biggest trade-off. Yeah, Enrage set. That one has the biggest trade-off.
There we go. Let's go. We got the picture. Okay. Cool. So we can actually like get a visual demonstration of this without having to try to explain everything. So the Enrage set is an example of a 5 set bonus. So this will take 5 pieces of gear to equip. The first, if you have 1 Enrage piece, you will get the effect hitting in a target within 13 meters grants stacks of Enrage, increasing outgoing damage by 1%, but also increasing damage taken by 0.5%. I assume this is base damage. Per stack, maximum of 10 stacks. So you're increasing your outgoing damage, but you're also having a trade-off of increasing your incoming damage. PvE set, it's hard to do it in PvE. You will die, but it will help you in PvE. I guess if you have like a hatchet, maybe. Like if you have a hatchet, I'd feel a little bit less scared with it. Or if you had like Phoenix, like the amulet artifact, I'd feel a little less scared with it. PvP set with the pocket heal. Yeah, I mean, the one that comes to mind for me is like, because this is a set bonus and it's not tied to your actual weapon, this is insane for bruisers because your detonate damage will actually scale based off of the enrage effect. So if you can get to high stacks of enrage and then use your deto, it will help a lot. PvE with Phoenix, I mean, PvE with Phoenix is fine until you go against a boss that doesn't spawn trash mobs, and then you're just sitting there like, help. So that's the first one. This first one isn't that bad. So this is a maximum. Nope, don't want to hit that button. I'm going to my pen. So this is a maximum of.
Also,
stop it. I forgot to hit the pen. Okay, this is a maximum of 10% outgoing, and then you have a 5% incoming. The second bonus. So this increases the max to 15, or so instead of 10. So then this is 15% outgoing, 7.5% incoming. Heavy attacks will also generate an additional stack of enrage, while enrage and above 70% health lose 5% of your max HP every half second. So you're just constantly taking damage. The interesting part about this is, do healers actually get ult charge off of healing someone that's like dying to enrage effects? Because I could see us going back to a stupid meta where people are just purposely healing someone that's dying to an enrage set in fort to try to get ult charge, so healers have ult before they go into a fight. I hope that's not the case, but that's like a bug thing where probably should test. But anyways, that's like the downside. The second bonus is like a really, really big downside though. Like this is really scary to just, so you increase your max stacks by 5, but you have like this major downside. Your heavy attacks do a little bit more. 15 is increase the max it stacks to 25. So now we have a 25% outgoing bonus. We have a 27.5 incoming damage bonus. And then increase the duration of enrage by 50%. While enraged, all attacks deal an additional 8% damage while below 70% HP. So this third bonus and this fifth bonus like quickly tie together. I'd say like with enrage, you generally want to be running 1 of this, or you want to be running 5. I don't think there's a really great case to run a 3 of. It's within 13 meters, so not exactly ranged. Yeah, I mean, the other one that comes to mind where this is, like, insane on is Blunderbuss. Because Blunderbuss is a close ranged weapon, and then there's some other stuff that makes it really good, too. But, like, it's a close range weapon that you could get your damage scaling really, really high. You're generally not going to get touched by a ton of players, so you're, like, okay having the incoming hit. And you could probably get away with running, like, Phoenix or something like that. Don't say Blunderbuss until they remove aim lock. Aim lock is still there. Sorry, buddy. Fire Staff Meteor, hear me out. Yeah, I mean, that would work too. Just anything that like can pad and get a bunch of kills, this is generally good with. If you don't care about getting one shot, like this is fine. Noteworthy, if you like to be a diamond user, which a lot of people in PvE like to use diamonds, this is not compatible with a diamond. Because you are not at max HP. So... that's the part where it's like, I don't know if it's necessarily insane for PvE. Like, maybe as a 1 of, it's okay. But, like, in terms of, like, the max, it sounds kind of sketchy. But, yeah. So, that's, like, a rough explanation. The 25% is obviously pretty strong. There was a 50% gem, though. The Jasper or something? Jasper's Empower. It's if you get hit, you get 8% of Empower. So this is base damage. But immediate thought with this is it's strong for close ranged builds that aren't constantly taking damage. You know, weirdly, it's... No. The healing doesn't scale with base damage, right? It's something that's slightly different, so it's not good for healing. But healing has like the light equipped blood bonus, so it's not good for that at all. And also you want a diamond. So I'd say like Bruiser, Blunderbuss are like my top 2 that like I think of when I think of the set where it could be good.
Lean into the most offensive power, so we added the trade-off to kind of make it more interesting. But that's where the set bonus is pretty cool because you could actually. With it 1, 3, and 5, you'd actually just get like 1 and 3 and not get the 5 bonus, and then free up the
No, that's not the infix slot. That is the set bonus slot. So the set bonus is like the 6th slot available on a gear. It's like a bonus thing where you get the set bonus too. The infix comes with a set bonus. So like the gear that has the set bonus has the potential to also have an infix, and the infixes are like artifact grade-esque perks. The downside is you typically have another perk or 2 that are locked. I think it's just 1 that's like locked, and that other perk can be like something that's not very good. So like you could have like Freedom locked on a perk that like or on a set that doesn't necessarily make sense with it.
Set bonuses to combine with.
Can we give them the viewers what that set is? Do you know?
Yeah, so the Enrage set, the first tier of it, you basically, every time you hit a target, you gain a bonuses. So I think, I don't remember the exact values, but I think it was you get a 2%. Then that goes up to 10 stacks, and then the additional tiers will increase that to 15 and 25 stacks. And then they also have additional benefits where you gain more stacks quicker based on different attacks. And then all the infixes for that bonus will actually...
Oh yeah, noteworthy, the Greatsword heavy attack, like that spawns a wave, that wave counts as a heavy attack, which will proc the double additive towards the set bonus thingy from the 3-set perk. So if you go Greatsword artifact and you run a 5 of, you're just gonna you're gonna delete everybody. Yeah, have fun. Sorry, not sorry.
Lean into that and give you benefits. So one of my favorite ones is I like to use dodging offensively, and not many people do that. But like when you're chasing someone and you try and burn a dodge to get them, it can sometimes give you a disadvantage. So there's an infix on that where you actually, as you finish your dodge, it'll actually trigger an AoE that pulls enemies in nearby you, but it does cost you some of your stacks.
We should mention what infixes are.
Yeah, I was going to say, for context, infixes are really strong perks that can drop in certain areas of the game with those set pieces, sometimes on them, sometimes on normal pieces of gear with just sockets and not the set bonuses.
Oh, okay.
And it's going to be kind of a way for you to mix and match some of those sets with normal items. Or you really want the infix that's on this ring or this chest piece for the Berserker set, you're going to want to find that piece that goes to your play style. So the bonus that Hurley just talked about might be on only a ring piece, so you need to make sure that you build that way accordingly. And that kind of makes it interesting when you're pairing the different sets together to make sure, well, I like Berserker, but only with this one infix, so now I need to make sure that that's populated in that gear set.
We should also mention with set bonuses, in some games you might have seen like, it's like only these 5 pieces are the set and you have to collect all 5. Like it's a lot more, there's a lot more freedom in our system. So like basically you can just pick whatever item types you want, but the infixes, like you pointed out, might be only for specific item types.
So adding to that, that's a really good call out. The set bonuses, we'll use the Berserker one. It comes across all weapons. You can get a life staff with that Fury set bonus if you really wanted the Berserker set bonus, and you can mix it.
Set bonus.
Excuse me, Enrage set bonus. You can mix it with.
He's mixing up the internal names with the external names again. That's really funny.
A chest piece, you can mix it with legs. You can have 3 pieces of jewelry, a weapon, and boots, and that's it. And it really creates some of that customization. But where it starts to get locked down is I really want that infix, so I'm going to take this one piece, maybe with that set or not, to empower my build.
Yeah, and some of those infixes actually compete with similar.
It's hard, okay. I know, I deal with that at my work too, where they changed the official name for a product like 3 times after it launched. It's like, what do we call it now? It's something completely different. Miicrow can't read, don't let him judge you. I mean, that's true. I also can't, like, my reading comprehension is like basically a TikTok brain at this point. It's bad.
Functionalities for other set bonuses.
I need the AI to
like
summarize.
If you have a chest piece on both the Enrage set and there's an Overcharge set, which also does similar to the Enrage, but function a little bit different. If you want the chest piece on both, you can't have it, so you'll have to choose between those 2 infixes and then switch out the other gear you want for other ones, and basically lean into trade-offs and benefits and what can maximize all the other perks and enhance your entire build together.
Infixes are basically, they used to be exclusive to artifacts, right? Like that was kind of how we defined artifact functionality. So now we've made infixes available elsewhere. But question for you, Josh, is like, what are we doing for artifacts in the new update?
Oh, there's a pretty good amount. So we've done a pass through a good amount of them and kind of changed some of the balance and functionality. We've tried to enhance some of the
fun facts.
Lesser
Catacombs is the internal and external name. It never changed. That is cool. Where did the procedural combat with expeditions come from then? It's like the longest name that I've ever seen on like a docket. It's like, what? It's like, it works, but it's just so long.
Used ones by giving them additional things. Some of them we realized that like they weren't just a number change that could buff it, or it wasn't like the functionality was good there, but it just needed a little bit more. So one example is like Unmoved. There was one where you just can't be knocked back or like pushed or pulled, and that functionality is pretty good to avoid getting hit by like Scorpion Sting. But we wanted to give it a little bit more, so we made it so now when you're unmoved, you also deal damage to the target hitting you, so you can reflect some of that damage back at them. We've also, for all the
so that the unmoved buff it's cool in a few ways that you could probably get into once there's more details revealed. But I mean, I think the thing with unmoved before was the opportunity cost of running unmoved versus running a different artifact and not and like just using the 300 con bonus was not favored towards unmoved, meaning like there was not a giant point to using it because if you had 300 con, you can just get away with it. They changed some of the attribute bonuses, so that shifts the balance more towards unmoved being more viable. I don't know if it will necessarily be good, but it's definitely like better than what it was. some artifacts that deserve to be half an artifact. Yeah, I wouldn't say like unmoved's like completely half, because like grit is an incredibly powerful effect to have up at all times. Like people, or I guess unmoved's not grit, it's uninterruptible. Which it confuses me because like grit potions give uninterruptible, they don't give grit, and like unmoved gives uninterruptible, not grit. So I just got those two mixed up. But unmoved is nice if you don't want to like get moved everywhere. But at the same time, you can just use grit pots. So a thorn grit tank just sounds insane. I mean, the problem with like thorns doesn't really exist in New World right now because scaling for scaling's generally based off of your base damage of your weapons, and tanks run like 500 con, so their weapons have like 0 damage at all. And because scaling's not based off of max HP and is instead of based off of your weapon scaling, thorns isn't really a concept within New World because your damage just doesn't do anything if you're a tank. And if you're a light player that actually has DPS scaling, now it's like I don't have the HP to utilize the thorns bonus. So yeah, that's the problem with Thorny Reflection right now, is like Thorny Reflection doesn't work off of max HP, it works off your base damage of your weapon. So it's like no DPS really wants to run it because you don't really want to be taking damage. But then no tank really wants to run it because you aren't doing any damage with it. Like the only reason like you'd run it as a tank is if you wanted to get more rune charge. But it's not a lot. I don't know. It's kind of in a weird spot.
Artifacts that scaled on converted the attribute scaling, we've actually adjusted those to now override their attributes entirely. So one example is the Life Taker. It was a Void Gauntlet artifact, and it had attribute conversion and allow it to scale off of dexterity. And what we've done now is it no longer has focus scaling, and it's in dexterity scaling at an equal tier, and it just kind of changes the way you use the weapon.
So the point there that has the ramification is if you're using Inferno and you wanted to use the strength portion of Inferno and you wanted your Fire Step dots to like hit for more than 5 damage, they actually will now. So that's cool. By moving the breakpoints around or something, it was like 20 minutes ago in the video. Like, what? Oh, what are you referencing with Crush? When did they say they changed attribute bonuses? Did I miss it? Yeah, they said that it's like 500 something attributes. Like I think it's like 500 base, and then you have your food. So whatever the food values are set at in season 10 will be the rest. It's less. It's like significantly less. Oh, I know that, but it doesn't mean the bonus is changed. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's really hard to tell like what is out and what is not out because people keep saying random things on Discord. Like I think like at this point, like most of the content has been revealed, and it's just like ironing out the details.
We also, the last perk, didn't we make that a slot as well on Artifact, or did we?
Oh yeah, we've changed up all the perks that are actually on the artifacts too. They all have the new versions of all the ones. If there was an old version converted into the new charm and slottable system. And then the final perk that used to just be the one that randomly rolled and then you could choose what it was, that is now just a slottable slot that makes sense for whatever item it is. So it's more offensive item, it's an offensive slot. If it's a defensive one, it'll be a defensive slot. And then, yeah, just switched up the other perks that are on them. Since we've also removed the attributes from all items, the attributes aspect.
Like this is so funny to me. Like for the video, it was like the first hour was like super fluffy. The last 10 minutes has just been like what the fuck is going on? Like no one knows what's going on anymore. This needs so many more visuals to like understand. This is so funny. It's like such a dense conversation with like such complicated new mechanics, and it's like, yeah, we're just gonna explain it with words. It's like it doesn't work that well usually. We need pictures. They ran out of time. I honestly love it though. I mean, it's entertaining because they're describing all this stuff because they like work on it all the time. It's like, oh yeah, I know, I did this, and it's just like, and it's still the most amazing part. Yeah, it's like this needs more support in the video. They're like, oh my god.
They're removed from the artifacts too, and it's just that quote artifact infix up at the top of it that we've leaned into.
And for clarity, that is the existing one. So if I already have those items, that's going to replace my old perk in that slot.
Yes. Okay, yeah, so we have pivoted the weapon scaling. So previously you would see it where it had like 95% dexterity and 65% strength.
There's just more changes in this last 10 minutes that they made to like PvP in like the last like year, maybe 2, and it's like it's condensed into 10 minutes. Like, oh my god, guys,
We've adjusted those, and now they're kind of just a
we
tiered
tried to
number.
figure out how to help clarify. It's so funny to me.
Or a letter to make it make a little bit more sense. So S tier is from 91 to 100. B tier is from 81 to 90, or 81 to.
He's getting confused. No. They just converted the percentages to be like A through F. Tell us who the new waifu is redacted. Oh god.
90.09999 or whatever. But we've tried to basically make
JR's laughing now too, and Joel's laughing. Oh no. Just put him on the spot.
a little bit more easy to understand the power, but
be
one
fair, we
reason
changed
we've
a
done
lot,
that is to
okay?
basically
You
allow for
did.
the
It's
attribute
funny.
overriding system.
Like
So
the new game with old gear will be obsolete. Old gear is still usable. You could upgrade your current 700 gear score gear. The new gear will likely be better, but it might not be a bad idea to like use old gear up to a certain point. If you want to like ensure that your old gear is usable, I generally recommend upgrading your artifacts first, because artifacts are really powerful and they'll likely still be used with the new gear system. I don't imagine all pieces of old gear will be used like at an end game level, but they certainly can be used for the first bit. Either
lean into that system and kind of.
we appreciate helping oh my god, my words today. We appreciate helping like clarify some of this stuff. This is like very complicated.
Change functionality, but to make it feel more exciting.
So there's one other thing that we didn't actually put in the article that we've shared. So this is something that actually I think we released this in the first seasonal server that we did. It was just available, but there's a heart rune in this update.
Yeah, it was
available.
the
spinning swords and Phantom Blades. Oh, the Phantom Blades.
That mixed up the internal name with the external name again. The internal name is Spinning Swords. External is Phantom Blades.
Yeah.
That's the dev name, I think.
Yeah, the back end was Spinning Swords until we came up with a cooler one.
Yeah.
So,
So tell us about that heart rune.
Yeah, so that one, we actually wanted to kind of lean more into like stealing stuff from the enemy NPCs that are in the game, or the enemy AI. And so there was one Dynasty one that basically summoned these like red glowing swords that spin in place, and it just looked awesome, and it'd be a really fun thing for player to use. So that's now a heart rune, and you trigger them on you, and they just periodically do damage.
I have permission to post images. You could post images in here if you want. Yeah, but if you like, Crush will look at them generally, so I don't open up something terrible. Or I'll just open it up and it will not be fun, but we'll figure it out. No, I mean on the official Discord. I don't think so. I think they took that permission away. You can do whatever you want though. Let's see if I can override. I mean, if you have like mod perms maybe? Quick, someone ask about charms in the official Discord. Everybody here is banned from the official Discord though. I'm just kidding. Most generic message from Crush in an official Discord ever. Oh god. From NPC enemies, I'm guessing that Angry Earth movesets are barely used. Is that related to this? Let me. I'm waiting for a mystery image to appear in the Discord, potentially in the official Discord. Sag AGS makes me want to have a. Sag AGS makes me have an official Discord meeting. I need to have to use my phone number. Do you have to use a phone number now with Discord? Is it like a recovery tool, like for two-factor, or they just like force it for some reason? The devs loves replying to me. I got this. We might circle back around in a bit. I'm in every Q&A. Crush is the person to ask about hippos in every single Q&A because we need more hippos. There's always somebody. All right. Let's try to finish out the video maybe, and we'll circle back around to the charms image.
Where they're placed, and then the perks have interesting benefits to them. So one of them, it moves forward similar to like Firestorm. Another one ends up sticking to you, so it follows you around, and that works really well for like Whirlwind on the Great Axe, so you can just spin and double up the amount of spinning you do. And then we've added a new effect called Sluggish.
Perk, I'm good. Is it there? I did it. Oh my god. It's there. There we go. We got the official image. So this is kind of how the new gear works. So we kind of went through this earlier with the sketchy draw.io diagram. But there's 5 slots. You have your charm slot, so this was there before. This defensive slot at the top is a slot that replaced the attributes. And then we have the 3 perks at the bottom as well. So in this case, we have 3 locked perks, right? And then we have 1 rotating perk, but that's your charm slot, and then we have a gem slot. And then if you look here, you could see a skill charm set. So this would be an example of one where you could change the skill charm set. So right here it says defensive, but if this said skill, you could change the skill to anything that's a skill. That's perfect. That's easier to explain. So like this is like the UI kind of. So you have a gem slot, you have a skill slot, you could have a defensive here, you could have an offensive, or I should probably do them in the colors, like a defensive, you could have a offensive, and then you can kind of switch those. So the part that was cool that they mentioned here that I didn't really know before is in M3s you could have like a ton of charm slots, so you could just switch out everything, or you can try to like grind the content to get like 2 things that are generally good, and then but they're locked, and then you have to deal with the others. Why AGS didn't show this in the videos beyond me. There was an intent, okay? There was an intent to like explain it, but like it's very complicated. Actual paid actor, thank you. No, there definitely needed to be an image there. Also, we get a sneak peek at the skin. Look at that. That's the skin that was like leaked earlier. Oh my god, it's the one that looks really cool. I'm miicrow's paid actor. So this is a non-M3 gear drop. Yeah, this would be an example of like a non-M3 like open world-esque gear drop. The cosmetic skin. Oh, you want a full image of the cosmetic? Yeah, the cosmetic looks so good. I'll leak all the things I'm chaos. JK. What is this? This is an example of like what the new gear looks like. Oh, did I say cosmetic instead of cosmic? Or something dumb. Is this a leak or is this fake? Yeah, this is real. This is from the official Discord. I'm trying not to leak who from the official Discord is talking in the chat. But there is somebody from AGS in the chat that sent this, so I'm allowed to show it. It's not my fault. Can you explain the gems again? Just got here. Yeah, so the idea, I mean, if depending what content you do, you'll have like different types of gear that drops, right? Like if this was a set bonus, this would have like a set bonus thing down here at the bottom. That would say like set bonus, blah blah blah. And it would have like a 1, a 3, and a 5, or it would have a 2 and a 4. That's supposed to be a 4. And then on top of that, you have the gem slot, which everyone had before, and then you have the rotating gem slots. Sorry, I'm getting confused now. We have the set bonus. there is a gem slot. This is locked. You all knew about that before. And then you have like 4 perks. The perks that are locked versus unlocked depends on the type of content. So if it's like open world, like this is an example of 3 locked perks. And then you have a defensive slot that you could change. And then you can see which are editable when you go to like adjust like what gem goes in there or what defensive slot goes in there, and this would be the UI for that. So it's like this in this example, if that was a charm, then yeah, I can put whatever charm slot I want in there. If it's a gem, you can put whatever gem slot you want in there. That's 4 perks then basically. Yeah, it's like 4 perks, but it depends what you do, right? Like if you go for a set bonus, some of those perks aren't necessarily like they're like locked. If you go for M3s, now you can do whatever you want, but now you don't have the set bonus. So there's a give and a take. What's the 2 next to the perks? Kind of a soft spoiler. There's a lot of content that came out. Like everything before is basically T1 New World. This is basically T2 New World. So like there's a lot, like there's a complete rebalance of all the perks, and the 2 is like, yeah. Please yell at me if I'm saying too much. I'm trying not to say too much. Are these gem/charm set bonuses going to be huge for PvP? You good? Okay. I figured today was the big day, and now it's like a little bit more of the let's build the hype train. Okay. Gems and charm sets are definitely going to be impactful, but we have to kind of wait to see more of those revealed. They'll be revealed with time. I'm guessing there will probably be like external, like third-party journalists that like go reveal them. Let's get a set bonus leak, surely. We already got one. We got the like Enrage/Berserker set. I think Enrage was internal, Berserker's external or something like that. Now I have to do M3s. I did M10 years ago. We way past that. You don't have to do M3s. It depends what gear you want. If you want gear with all 4 possible charms, you have to do M3s. So like you'll have 2 that are like possible to get from charms, and then you'll have to do M3s to get these last 2 slots to get the 2 extra charms. If you do open world, there'll be more pieces that like have locked gear, and those are fine if you get perks that are good, but it just won't be as flexible. So, like, if you want 4 flexible charms, you're generally going to have to do M3s. If you want 4 specific charm slots, like say I want 4 offensive charm slots, you have a 1 in 3 chance to get that specific type of charm slot for that specific weight bonus that you're running during the mutation. So that's like approximately a 1% chance to get whatever you want from any particular drop. And then for each charm slot they talked about in the dev video, that's going to like also in official Discord stuff, I believe, that's going to require to use matrices. That's going to require to use like chromatic seal. So like that stuff that was good before is still going to be used. Can I just do the raids? You could just do raids if you want to. The new raid probably will not be done immediately though. Like it's a hard raid. Like I think everybody in the dev video has talked about it. It's a really hard raid. Like for New World standards, it's very challenging. For other game standards, it's probably more on par. Thankfully, attributes won't be a problem now. Yeah, so like that's like one of the big bottlenecks that was removed, right? Like we removed the attribute bottleneck that was there before. There's still the weight bottleneck where if you want to be light, medium, or heavy, you have to like fit the pieces that like, you know, fit that. So if you're like a light player, like you have to have like a medium chest or something like that. If you run featherweight, it gets a little bit more complicated. But attributes are gone, so not all your gear is completely worthless. If you get like a random skill perk on there for some weapon that you didn't want to use that was worthless before, now it's not. Bye-bye attributes, as you'll notice from the image I posted. Exactly. I should probably go back to here. Yeah, this is probably the thing that people care about more, not my amazing draw.io diagram. This is probably the thing that people care about a little bit more. Or, wait, we can... New technology. Split screen. Whoa, now you can see both at the same time. Okay. Now you don't need to farm the exact piece with Dex and then farm an identical with Strength. Yeah, exactly. I love the ring change. Oh, how you don't have to use Hardy. Yeah, it's gonna be good. For light on live, you get 2 dodges in right, and then it's gonna be 3. This kills Magnify, right? I love to see it. This effectively like gets rid of the Magnify problem, yeah. But less attributes overall, no tanky DPS people. I mean, I think that's a good thing. Like the problem that we had before is you had people that like hella optimized their builds, and they didn't they generally speaking were like better at the game, but like because they played the game more and that's why they had an optimized build. But like it was just like there wasn't enough of like a trade-off. Like you can be a 5-con person going into PvE and you'd be like perfectly fine if you just gemmed accordingly and like used gear accordingly. But it's like 100 less attributes, so it's like I think it's like equivalent to like launch-esque like levels of attributes. So you're not going to be able to hit like 350, 300 for Bruiser anymore. Launch was 500 with food? Okay. We're basically at launch attributes. Yeah, I would think of it that way. For the picture on the left, how do you know if a perk is locked or interchangeable? So if you go to edit, this defense, like the gear set, so if you like try to slot in like drag in a gem or drag in like one of those perks, this menu on the right will pop up. And from there, you could select whatever perk is socketable. So if there's no option to edit the perk here, it's locked. It'll be 530 plus the 5 you get for 3. Yeah, exactly. Per bonus you go into. Launch, you can go about 301 stat, I think. Yeah, the raids have... I mean, I would say each boss definitely has more than 4 mechanics, but you'll see. The raids are legitimately hard, so... So, what is this? So, is this what the gear will look like in terms of 3 fixed, and we can only change 1? No, this is not all the gear. This is an example of an open world drop. If you had an M3, you have the potential to have a quad charm slot, so you could literally edit anything on here. M3 drops, you can change literally everything. Other areas, you can change less. But I think the point here is like not necessarily to like try to min-max everything right now, because we obviously don't have all the information. We'll probably need to play with stuff a bit more and we could talk about min-maxing. But the degree of customizability is far better than what it had been at any point in New World's past. Like I would say before New World didn't, like there was an end game for New World. It existed. It didn't have a lot of depth though. And then this really pushes the game into like a new light where there's a lot to do in the end game if you want to do it. Like you could very easily spend like hundreds of hours on just one character trying to, maybe even thousands of hours on one character trying to like iron out what build is ideal. But in theory, as long as you get like the slots that are changeable, like the defensive slots, the charm slots, you can just change the perks on there anytime you want. So New World 2.0 is Path of Exile. It's similar to Path of Exile, yeah. Which I think is a really good thing, because Path of Exile has one of the best end games, like, in that genre. So it is very complicated, but it is like an actual end game. So like the attributes and the attribute thresholds like got changed a bit too. You'll see for that. and that will probably influence like what is best for certain roles. For my perspective, like from a pure tank perspective, it is incredibly easy to try to best out gear. It is run the maximum con you can and probably run like 25 to 50 focus for the bonuses there. But for people that are like trying to do more advanced things, it can get very complicated very fast with this new system. So M3s are probably not as mandatory as I thought. No, you definitely don't need to do M3s. Like, the other thing too is if you do M3s, like say I have this like bist out chest piece that I really, or this bist out light foot boots that I really, love. I really love these cloth shoes, and then these drop from the mutations. Like you could up level them, but like say I want the set bonus, and that set bonus requires a item that is also a light shoe. Well, now I have to replace this with the set bonus piece. So like that's the aspect that's going to be the give and the take. Is like what if I want an artifact for that slot? Okay, now I can't use this. So yeah, for like going into M3s, you probably want Enchanted Ward. For PV in general, you probably want Enchanted Ward. Like early on, like if you guys are looking to prep, I just have like a generic set with a decent amount of Enchanted Ward that you'll probably switch out very early on for Enchanted Ward 2 or whatever they call it. My brain hurts trying to understand this. It's easier to understand once you start playing with it. But this helps me. This works for me. I don't know if it works for other people. You could also just use the examples. I lost my split screen. But like the set bonus wise, like if you have a 5 of, that would be an example of the blue. 3 would be a 3 of. Red would be a 2 of. You have 10 total slots. This is a shield. I don't really know where shields belong. And then artifacts don't count towards sets, so that's another aspect. New World could use the complexity. That's what's keeping people around. Just needs to be easy to understand, not to drive people away early. Yep. Did they mention removing Refreshing or Enchanted Ward specifically, but mentioned it in the original announcement? I would need a link to that. Because I would need a link to that. Okay, any more chaos? I mean, if you have more, I'm down for more. Otherwise, we could try to finish the video. I think people are still confused, but they're slightly less confused. Will there still be a limit for artifacts you can put on? Yeah, there is. The chaos is definitely entertaining. Seeing all these perks being named Sleep 2, does that mean the percent and the perk gives is based off the charm that you slot in? Like Bleeding Sleep 5, for example, would have a higher percentage than Bleeding Sleep 2. No, you're overthinking it. The new perks are like the second version of perks. They just have a 2 next to them. Everything that you've been using up till now is a T1 perk. It just has a 1.
Where it's really good for kind of chasing, running away players, where if you hit them with the spinning swords, it'll inflict sluggish. It'll prevent them from dodging for just a couple seconds unless they attack you. So it's a thing where if they're running away, it's powerful, but if they're actively engaging in combat, it won't really have that big of a benefit.
Yeah, just imagine you go for like a detonate like clump wipe and then you can't dodge anymore. Like that's the terrifying part about this artifact. The thing that's noteworthy is this is counted as a CC effect. Freedom, for example, reduces the duration of CC effects. The other thing that reduces CC effects is something like a cleanse pot, or flail. So there's multiple ways to kind of get rid of this, but it is an incredibly powerful effect.
There's more. There's got to be more. We'll regret it as soon as we're done. But you know
I do have a small reward thing to add.
Go.
We've definitely heard you on some of the chase rewards. We added some fun items into the raid as well. I think I'm not 100%, but if I remember correctly, they're 0.5% chance to drop, so they're fairly rare. Each boss in the raid has one item. The first boss has a really cool hat. The second boss has a mount. It's this spectral horse. I'm going to give that one away for free. It's really cool. It's my favorite mount. The third
He accidentally
one
leaked it again, didn't he? No. He wasn't supposed to say that. You could just hear the snickering and the laugh. Oh god. It's so funny.
Another mount, the final boss. I think it's something that players are going to absolutely love, but I'm not going to spoil that one.
Joel's
It's
the homie. It's a
interesting,
real-
and
I love Joel.
it's in line with some of our more popular mounts that I think that we can thank you
Joel's
for
great.
what that one is. But I'm not going to give that one away. The other thing,
Joel's the mount.
Yeah, right. No, it's Thorpe. You can ride on
Joel,
Thorpe's back. We
yes.
had that at one point in debug, and it was wonderful, but it's not that.
Yeah.
With that being said, these items are tradable too. So if you get more than one, you can sell them to other players. They are super
Joel,
rare.
everyone gets one free giveaway, right? Joel did one free giveaway. Every person from AGS gets one free leak.
And then crafting, we also want to mention that
Joel's been missing
all of the
for a
perk
few
charms
days
are crafted.
now.
You might get a rare
No.
drop, but it's pretty uncommon that it'll be socketed in your item, or you get the perk charm.
You're supposed to take PTO right after the patch drops, not right before. Everyone knows that. That's why I stay behind the camera instead of in front of it. Yeah.
So there is some
Sorry.
amount of trade skill you'll need. I think there's 3 different trade skills for the perk charms, but the offensive ones take a different trade skill. The defensive ones and the weapon each take a different trade skill. It's like weapon smithing, armor smithing, and another one. And that will be something that will funnel a lot of crafters into that loop. You can also craft 3 socket items again. So you'll be able to roll those over and over and over again to kind of look for the stuff and the perks and the mix of perk charms that you might want on those things.
Well, I need to go back. I was reading chat.
That will funnel a lot of crafters into that loop. You can also craft charm itself. There is some amount of trade skill you'll need. I think there's 3 different trade skills for the perk charms, but the offensive ones take a different trade skill. The defensive ones and the weapon each take a different trade skill. It's like weapon smithing, armor smithing, and another one. And that will be something that will funnel a lot of crafters into that loop. You can also craft 3 socket items again. So you'll be able to roll those over and over and over again to kind of look for the stuff and the perks and the mix of perk charms that you might want on those things.
Well, I think if it's just 3 and there's 4 total, does that mean you're missing 1? I need to listen to that one more time.
Socket items that will funnel a lot of crafters into that loop. You can also craft 3 socket items again.
Yeah, so if you could craft 3 socket, is the last slot random or is it missing? We need another graphic. He's saying that you can craft stuff with 3 things, so it could be like, he's saying you can craft this, but like this other part, like I don't know about that. Like you select a perk when crafting? I don't know. That one I probably need a pretty picture for. I don't really have a pretty picture for.
So you'll be
I'm
able
not
to
a
roll those over and
crafter,
over
so
and
I
over
don't
again
understand that as
to kind of look for the stuff and the perks and the mix of perk charms that you might want on those things.
Well, I think we've covered about as much as we should go for here. Like I said, I think there's probably details we've left out, but I hope we have had a lot of fun putting all this together. You've all outdone yourselves. It takes all of the great stuff that works in New World, it mishmashes it all up in new ways. There should be tons for all of the build crafters out there to figure out.
And that is the goal, right? Is like the meta, like we want it to be more of a fluid meta with, you know, things that we could change and mix up.
When we change out the gear, it shouldn't make the rest of the gear invalidated. It should just be a different collection. I should be able to feel like I'm still viable. And I think we lost a lot of that in the past. Every time we'd go up from 700 to 725, all that old stuff was gone. This system safeguards that and makes it so everything stays viable. You don't come back at a later point and feel like everything is worthless now and I have to go chase a new thing. You should always stay viable because of Umbral, because of the perk charms. And it's fairly...
Was Joel the one that leaked the 800 gear score too? Who was that? That got leaked so early on. Oh.
easy to change if not.
Yeah.
Yes, it was Joel.
All right,
too.
well, go break stuff.
Joel's the one you have to be afraid to put on the camera. That's so funny.
Well, thank you for joining us for the Season 10 Deep Dive. We're super excited
band
to
of the
bring
people.
you Nighthaven. Thank you, everybody, for digging into all the features, all the content. All the players are super excited to play as well. And I guess the last thing to say
secrets to
is
Joel.
we'll
They will
see
not be
you
safe with
in
Joel.
Nighthaven.
Nice. All right. Wait, there's no Easter egg in the last, like, 10 seconds, right? No. Okay. Cool. Okay. That was kind of a lot. I'll put the pretty picture up for the people that, like, missed it. And if anyone joined late, this is the soft leak from the New World official Discord, so it's not really a leak. And now everybody is flooding pictures and or flooding stuff in the official Discord. Nice. Ooh. New picture. More chaos. So, I mean, this is just what the stuff looks like in terms of scaling. So Fire Staff is S tier with int, and with dexterity, it is E tier. DM do another leak? Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. More chaos. Musket Fire Staff, I like that. The dexterity is E tier. That is like really, really bad. Also, why did they go E? Like it S, A, B, C, D, E. That should be F. Like every tier list just ignores E and just goes to F. It's like a minor thing. But like, I don't know why tier lists do that. But it's always like S and then goes to D and then you go to F. Well, I guess it's because there's like no E in school. Like, you can't really get an E for a grade. Like, what would that even be? Because E in the alphabet is correct. Yeah, but we don't care about the alphabet. The tier list will confuse a lot of people. But then why is there an S? Like, it should be... you should either be A through F, or it should be S through F, and then you ignore E. S, A, B, C, E, yes. Wait, there's no D? There was no D? Did we leave out? There's no way there's no D. Oh my god. There better be a D. He is for Scott Lane. Oh god. Stop making it confusing. Oh my god, there's no D. There's actually no D. Oh no. Why is there no? Oh, that's so funny. Great. No, there really isn't. Oh, wonderful. New tier list just dropped. He will be electric with chair. So then IG is focus? I think so. So your IGVGs could be happy. Space the E a little bit more. I can't draw with the pen. Like I'm so bad at like doing characters. There we go. That's my best E. That's a pretty good E. Wait, so what happens with bruisers? Oh my god! This is the first meta where bruisers actually have to think. Like, before it was always like, bruisers, you run this exact same setup, you need to run this, it's purely bis. This is the first sorry. Yeah, okay, Mr. Flail. No, bruiser, we don't think we bonk. Oh no. Like, as for like every class has like some complicated thing, and then Brucer's like, nope, we're running 4 freedom. We're running this good defensive perk, we're running these skill perks, and that's it. Bruisers think. By think, I mean they'll probably copy someone, that person will be completely wrong, and they'll have to redo everything later on. Oh, you could see from here, like, what's dex and what's in. I didn't realize that. So you could see Warhammer is in dexterity. Is there any other weird one? No, I think these are all there. Oh, life staff's an int. And bows and dexterity. I'm not bow. Warhammer. Great Axe is int? Wait, why is Great Axe int? What? Huh? Interesting. Oh yeah, season 10 is gonna come out. The first week, people are gonna be like, you know, we have this meta solved completely. This is what's best. And then like 2 months later, it's gonna be completely different. E tier. Can we get a hotfix to have a D instead of an E? Is that possible? This is why I asked about bruisers. I mean, I think the enrage set is inherently good for bruisers. I went through that earlier on, but it will increase your damage of your Deados. It's just you're going to be low HP half the time. I literally asked why we skipped D. miicrow, is it being int that buffs the Great Axe BB? We're so back. Yeah, it does buff Great Axe Blunderbuss. Here you go, Crush. F, I'm finally back. This war thing is really messing my miicrow viewing schedule. The amazing part of doing dual stream with YouTube is that there's a complete VOD instantly once I stop on YouTube. So you can just watch that back. And then I'll probably post a summary one later too. So this is one of our images, and we have another one that's new too, where that actually is an example of a legit gear piece. So does everybody like, actually no one's really going to understand the gearing, are they? Well, does anyone have any like questions, I guess, about this that's like kind of covered in the video to some extent, but was confusing? AKA, I don't want to do something dumb. No, because I'm going to make you leak crap. Yeah, that's the problem. Life staff scales with int too. Yeah, life staff's here. Now, if fire staff is S for int and an E for dexterity, like you expect life staff, which has 100% focus scaling before, to be like S with focus and like probably E with int. Do you think the heavy meta will change in wars? I could scare all of you right now if you want. Correct E with int. I think the heavy meta will very likely change. The addition of offensive perks to gear can push squishy builds in ways that has not been seen since one-shot combos were a thing. There's definitely going to be some chaos there. I keep getting pinged on Discord. I need... The really fun part is I see all these companies coming back. The part that scares me is every single company that is coming back to the game is like, we're going to be on Valhalla and we're going to war. And I'm like, you know how many territories are on Valhalla, right? Like, not everybody is going to be able to like own a territory on Valhalla. Oh, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge next week. Is the bow with strength? Yeah, so like the 100%, the 100% scaling weapons got like a dual scaling thing now. We'll trade by practice words, need them now. I think those are slated for season 11 off the roadmap, but like, I mean, I hope they are. That would be helpful. Will Catacombs be viable as a solo? Yeah, you can solo random queue, and you could just be with other people. And just do it. Catacombs, I've said this a few times. I mean, I could pull up the game, actually, on Steam. But, actually, can I just Google Moonlighter Dungeon? Like, oh, wait, I did Moon. Yeah, this is a good one. This is like my best way of describing it to someone that like hasn't played it before, but they also had some screenshots there. If you've played Moonlighter before, it's like a well, to me it was a cool game. I played it when I was like traveling all the time because it doesn't require internet. But like the idea is that for the catacombs you have like a starting room, and then from there you discover new rooms and you can branch off, so you can go this way, you can go this way. And going towards certain areas may unlock new things. The way that you progress catacombs is by defeating bosses. When you defeat bosses, the scaling for future bosses will increase. But they also had some good images in the video too. Can you explain the system here with scaling? Like, what does S, A, B, C, and E equate to? I think S is 100%, A is like 90%. E, I think, was 40%. I don't remember what B and C are, but they're just percentiles. Catacombs is PvE. It's PvE for now, yeah. It would be really cool, like, if it goes well, it'd be really cool to see like a PvX mode with it. Or maybe you're like competing versus another team and you could like fight another team at some point. But that's like a personal thing that probably will never happen. But like Albion had that, and it was like such a fun mode. It was really weird though, but it was really fun. S is 91 plus, A is 81 plus, etc. So B would be 71 plus, C would be 61 plus, D doesn't exist, and then E is like 41 plus, roughly. Oh, is that why they did E instead of D? Because there's just like a gap here at the 50%, and they jumped to 40. Oh, there is a D and an F? Apparently? Oh. Nice. Nice. Insane info, chaos. Makes some more sense. I mean, like in theory, the S is like more comprehensive. Like you can like a newer player would understand what S means probably more than 91%. Chrono Odyssey wants to do an extraction type PvX mode like that. Chrono Odyssey was the funniest game I've seen like launch a beta like in a recent memory. Where it came out, everyone was like, oh my god, this is gonna be the next game, like New World's done for. And then everyone played it and collectively was like, oh my god, New World is such a good game, Chrono Odyssey sucks. But we'll see how that goes in the future. I'm sure they'll like figure it out. But that was one of the betas of all time. Makes more sense. Hatchet used to be 60% strength, 40% dex, and Spear was 40% strength, 60% dex, so both would be like BC. Yeah, exactly. The part that gets weird is like, say I have 500 attributes, and then I want 200 con. Now I have like 300 left that I could use towards these categories. And if I have like a fire staff that has like S tier scaling on one and F tier on another, or like I guess it was E tier on another, like at what point does it make sense to put points into E tier? Because with lower amounts of points towards damage, it may never make sense. Because you won't hit the diminishing in returns in time from putting stuff into S tier to where E will actually make sense. But that's like a more advanced thing that we'll get into once the game actually comes out. I'm checking to see if there's more stuff in the official Discord. I don't think there is. Yeah, there's not. Okay. For new players, oh shoot, I have totally been talking about stuff from like a ex-player point of view, not new players. That's totally my bad. Please stop me. For new players, you recommend getting some gear down to 725 or just wait for the new DLC? It's probably more cost efficient to wait, but if you want to get prepped early, I would at least recommend getting a 700 plus set with Enchanted Ward on your armor. That will make stuff a little bit easier, and then like the other thing that will make stuff a little bit easier besides Enchanted Ward is like having the artifacts out to get to go. Like artifacts are pretty safe to like look at right now. What does the plus mean here? It means it could be above that scaling. Like you could have a weapon with S that has 100% scaling. I'm sure we'll figure out the exact amount when we start data mining the patch. What's the fast way to get 700 gear? You could do the event. You could buy it from... Like, you could honestly just go to the trade post. I mean, I could show you right now, actually. It would probably be pretty easy to show. But I would just go to the trade post. I would look at 700 gear score and above, and I would type in Enchanted Ward as a locked perk and buy the cheapest stuff. And not worry about it too much. That would be the easiest way. If you don't have gold, I think it can drop from open world things. But let me check the TP real quick, because this is probably the easier way to do it. There we go. Oh my god, I have 3 Valhalla characters. I also need to switch this character to yellow. G2G is so back. Oh my god. I had a company like that like reach out at one point like 3 months ago and tried to sponsor. Oh god, there's a squeaker in chat. There's a squeaker. I have area chat on. Is he gonna keep talking? No, he didn't talk. So if you want to get like cheap gear and you want to get it ready, like say I wanted to get like a light set, the easiest way to do it is just to type in minimum 700, add perk, do Enchanted Ward, hit apply, like that, and then sort by, not by gear score, but by cheapest and above, and any of this would be fine. So like 3K for boots, like that's not that bad. Like that's how I would probably do it. So let me turn off the area chat before someone says something dumb. I think someone's buying an area chat. No, I want that on. There's too many buttons. Chat world to group. There we go. Okay. But like that's how I would probably go about gearing. And you could build like a cheap set this way. I think the event might give okay gear. I don't think it's Enchanted Ward though. I mean, what other sources of Enchanted Ward are there? I guess we can do the New World database stuff. Did I type in the right one? uBlock. It's fine for New World database. No. Do I have to turn off my uBlock origin? No, my ad blocker. That's sad. I typed in the right site, right? Okay. I typed in the wrong site apparently. But we can see what else there is for Enchanted Ward. So all this would be fine. So Gorgon, if you could do the raid, has enchanted ward, that's a great source. This stuff I think was just sandworm. So the sandworm gear from the elite trial has good rewards. I don't think you can get this anymore, the oak. I mean, there's a few different ways to get it, but most of these are, yeah, Winter Convergence 2022, so you're probably not going to be able to get that. Oh, it also has luck on it? This is actually kind of insane. Oh, that's the luck piece that someone was talking about earlier. I didn't realize it existed. So there's a bunch of, like, event stuff that you can get that has it. We'll also have an event that comes out, like, in, you know, we're probably going to have a Halloween event that comes out, and you'll probably be able to get, like, a set from that, so. Oh, you could also do the faction, but it's 675. Oh, is the faction really not 700? That's so sad. It was almost, like, so good. But, I mean, there's a few different options. I'm go to sleep. I'm cook. GG's. See ya, TK. Excited for the update, miicrow? I think we're gonna have content for a while. Which is very good. We'll also probably have a new tier faction. Yeah, and that will probably have better rewards too. I need I guess, does anyone have any questions about this stuff before I start, like, prepping? We had this image, which just shows some of the scaling. This is an image of gear, and then there's, like, one more, I think, on my other tab. This one. Which is, like, how you would change the perks in a gear. Azoth gear will get bump if it's 700. Yeah, if it's 700, you're fine. PvP still alive in New World or mainly PvE? Oh yeah, PvP is definitely alive. If you go to like any like open world like influence race right now, they're like usually popping. If you're doing OPR, if you're doing CTF, those are usually popping. Like PvP is totally fine. The thing that they added that makes PvP easier too is you can queue with people that are on different servers, so I can queue for the region for Outpost Rush. I need to switch my character to be yellow. Why is it lagging? Okay, done. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's a lot of different modes. So OPR, CTF, 3v3, there's open world stuff, there's wars. Am I warming to Bentry in 2 different companies? Are you yellow? Do you know about the yellow thing? No, this is a company you probably don't know about, Dan. This is the T1 company. This character is going to the T1. The other character is going to that one. It's purple. This character has a lot of stuff on it, though. I'm probably going to do some little OPRs. Or like 1 or 2 of those. Not with this low of attributes, though. This is my PvE attributes. Oh god. I think it is con. This is the problem with Magnify. XOPR. Hibsy online. Oh my god. Zenberg. Crush, where are you? I'm loading. What's that invite about? Oh, we're gonna either PvP with OPR or through CTF. I just like to invite random people on my friends list and then queue. Oh, I just logged on from Albion to play arenas. You can do arena. This build works in arena. It's a good anti-healer build. Just need that. Crush is currently booting up his potato. Crush, could I get an invite to your company and get console rules real quick? I won't need them for long. What's the best melee class right now for PvP? It depends exactly what you're trying to do, but I would say like Void Gauntlet is like considered to be a really strong melee class in basically everything. Okay, out for the night. Have a good one, y'all. Thank you. We appreciate the help digesting things and all the extra time you're putting in. Nico, are you trolling me to steal my gold, or is this an actual reason? Oh, I'm literally just trolling you to steal your gold. I don't know how you get that much gold. It's crazy to me. I also need to probably adjust my volume for this. All my settings like reverted because new computer. Does faction matter, and if so, which one is active in New World PvP? So there's generally one that's like better in open world, but it doesn't really matter exactly what you do, and it will depend on your server. So this server, generally speaking, purple is the strongest one in open world. But like it doesn't really matter which one you're doing. New World's still going well. We've gone back and forth. I think I did Throne for like 1 to 2k hours. I did Deadlock for about 1k hours, and then back to New World. But I think New World's heading in a better direction from an endgame standpoint, so it was worth the wait. Wait, why did you arena queue? We're gonna get cooked with these builds? Zenberg said he wanted to do an arena, so I was like, sure. I'm down for OPR. Oh, okay. We can do OPR then. Is Hammer and Axe still strong? Oh yeah. Bruiser's always strong and always will be strong. God, sorry. I'm getting my stuff organized again. My setup is all different now, and it's kind of weird. I'm most excited for Catacombs and Endgame PvE. I think the Endgame PvE is going to be crazy. Wait, I'm level 1 for faction? Oh no. Am I really only level 1? I need to get to max so I could actually get the rewards. The raid looks sick. The raid is really cool, dude. It is really fun. I'm a big fan. Oh, I had to earn reputation. But no, the raid is awesome. Catacombs is good too, but The raid is so cool. It's like so funny to me how much stuff like Joel was accidentally leaking. Like he's still leaking stuff. Like it started off and like he leaked the 800 gear score, which like way too early, and then he leaked like 10 things in that video, and it was like, oh my god. Any new weapons for the DLC? Not for this season, but there probably will be shortly after. This season's basically just like completely changing how gear works entirely. And that was probably enough, and I didn't want to also introduce a weapon at the same time. Yeah, so Season 11 we will probably get daggers. Or at least that's the most likely weapon to get, based off of what we know. I didn't understand a thing. Stats are base for everyone, and you win them by increasing gear score? No. So, I'm level 65 right now, right? At 65, you have however many stats available, like say it's like 400. When you get to level 70, you get those extra stats too. So, like, as your level increases, you'll get more stats. It's no longer dependent upon your gear. In any way, shape, or form, or gear score. Your gear score will be used to increase damage output, as well as increase your armor. And some perk bonuses. Are you still playing an i7? No, this is different. I have a different setup. Actually, I probably could leak the PC part builder I have, but you could see that the frames is higher, the graphics are higher. This is a very good computer setup. This is like a 5080 with a AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. So, arguably best CPU on the market, second best GPU. The thing that happened recently is there was a price drop in GPUs, so I decided to like indulge myself. And I have a hard time spending money, so. But no, we went AMD, we didn't go Intel. I love my clumpy OPRs. I think this is with Relentless on too, right? Yeah, it's Relentless. Which basically just means I get healed for more but take more burst damage. Body is wiggling. Make sure you have XMP enabled. It's enabled. I enabled it in BIOS. Assuming it didn't like... Did I update firmware and then enable it, or did I enable it and then update firmware? I think I updated my firmware and then I enabled it. Right? Yeah. I updated my firmware first and then I enabled XMP. I could double check it though, but... That's enabled. I didn't do like manual overclocking, but it said it was supposed to do it with the XMP. Like the CPU is running pretty fast. I could do a task manager real quick. Or, sorry, a system. So, like, it'll put it in the background's the problem, but if I alt-tab, maybe it won't. But New World mostly uses the GPU. So, it mostly uses the CPU. So, like, CPU is, like, relatively heavy. Are you playing full HD or 4K? This is 1440. Check memory. Memory is, it's 6K, DDR5, CL30. So I did not cheap out on that either. In Task Manager, yeah, I set it to the higher one. You can see it here. It's set to 6K. So that's what it's supposed to be. Out of the box, it was 4800, and then I had to switch from like one setting to another to up it. Like it was in like Profile 2 or something like that, instead of Profile 1. And then CPU running pretty high on New World. It generally gets bottlenecked by that, not the GPU, so I turn the graphics up. Temps have been relatively good. Like 44C on the GPU. I think the CPU is sitting at like not that much. What did I install for CPU temps? Core temp. Yeah, this is CPU temps. So CPU is at 44C. Okay, I died because I was alt-tabbing for that, but yeah. I saw a notice that said no RTX Super until mid-2026. So the thing that happened recently is, I don't know if you've paid attention to NVIDIA updates, but they dropped the price of the MSRP from $1,000 to $930, and there's a graphics card like manufacturer PNY, which is notoriously not very good, but they're actually like only charging $930, which is relatively cheap for that graphics card. So that's why I went for that. I was gonna do a 5070 Ti, but they're like $750, and then this is like the 5080, which is a performance gain that's like 10 to 20% depending on what you use or like what you look at. And it was like not a significant amount more to where it didn't make sense to take it. 80% CPU on 1440p, that's wild. Yeah. With high graphics, but I think that's the GPU portion. I do have, like, the frame rate's high. I do have, like, the frame gen on. I have it on 2 times right now. And I have the currently thing I'm debating is upgrading the monitor or not, because my current monitor is 1440 at 144 FPS, and I'm debating getting one that's like 260. The thing is I like my frames to be consistent. So like from a New World perspective, it's not that important, but from like other game perspective, like it could be nice. When New World released, it was killing GPUs. That wasn't New World's fault. That was like a defect with the GPU makers that wasn't revealed until New World happened, because New World like actually used the GPU, like kind of cranked up the settings. It was just like a newer game issue. But it wasn't like directly New World's fault in hindsight. Sorry, I'm playing just careful right now, Crush. We don't really have a healer. Alright, I'll play with you now, Crush. Oh, that was a fail. I have Plague on Flail, I believe. I should probably just be smacking a healer. Viewer was burning my CPU even worse than the benchmarks. I was like a little worried about my CPU because I kind of messed up the thermal paste. Like I had to like take the cooler off and back on like too many times, but the temps are still good right now, so I'm like kind of waiting to see if I need to do something. It looked like okay, it just didn't spread like perfectly even. But it's not like liquid metal, so I don't think I have to worry about it a ton as long as the thermals are looking okay. Yeah, it does eat a lot of power. I think the estimate was like something like 500 to 600 watts. So that's the downside of the system. That's like the major downside. The weird thing is like the newer graphics cards are like more efficient than the older ones. So it's like if you have like a 5080 and then you like cap it, I think it's more efficient than having like a cheaper older graphics card, power wise. But oh wait, I have like way too much cleanse. Oh, that scream was so good. I need to pick up Trip and drop Barrage too. Hey, he's got the funny ability. I can do that between this OPR and the next one. Nice. Oh, I didn't catch him? No. Nice. Newer CPUs is too consuming if you don't limit the frame rate. What options do you have for capping it? Like, ideally I want to cap it at like 144. Bruiser, dude, when you're bruiser with a flow, you literally just cannot die. Yeah, I mean, it's really tanky. But this is like the max tanky setup. I could go like a different setup and put on this thing. And it makes Bruiser just hit so hard too. Yep, that's what the flail does. I could do the next one with this setup. It's similar. A little different. Nice hat skin. I love this skin. I love the hat. The other one I've been liking is like this, and then like the Frozen Monarch. Like that, the icy side is just so cool to me. I don't like the rest of the set, I just like that part. It also has a cool cape. I mostly like the cool cape, but the other part's really cool too. Crush, do I pull out the level 75 Ice Gauntlet? Just dye it? Wait, you guys are right. You can dye the skins, right? How do you dye a skin? Oh, wait. Oh my god, you can dye skins. Oh, that's so cool. Do I dye it like purple? I didn't know you could dye skins. I'm not gonna lie. It's really bad. Like, I do not. I dyed my Michael. Sorry, Dim. I'm sorry. I learned this today. It's not my fault. By the way, miicrow, have a full nature build as tank? You do a nature damage build? How does that even work? That's crazy. They just drag us into a game that's already going. They did. Okay, that's cool. Well, I need to adjust my attributes. You're fine, just join the super secret yellow Discord. What is going on in the super secret yellow Discord? Alright, so this is a set that no one really uses, but I think is actually like really, really good. Flail VG with the Plague Herald helm is like really, really cool. It's really hard to live, but if you can live, it does so much. This is the hard part, living. Because I'm like diseasing myself over and over and over again. So it's like I can't really fight inside the giant clump. Which is normally what I do. But then I can just pop cleanse spots and like get rid of the debuffs. Probably gonna die. Yeah. No healer there. We getting the plus 10 attributes or something on that like that from Season 10? Go Moon with me? Oh. Oops, I read that late. Let me find Crush. Can't summon in combat. I'm just not in combat right now. Season 10 you get reduced attributes, but I think overall it's like somewhere along the lines of 500 like it's 500-ish, 500 to 550-ish. So this build's designed at killing people through like massive amounts of disease. The build alone can put people on like almost 2 times the disease cap, so it basically just means healers don't do anything. And it also has a lot of lockdown. Oh, you mean the plus 10% old attribute button? Yeah, that's gone. They should add it. But that thing is gone. I don't know where it went, but... This one tank facing us all down. It almost worked. I feel like my stam management is like really bad right now. Like I keep dodging for movement, I need to not do that, but the problem is like I don't have many movement abilities. Man, I've been looking for builds, but everything I haven't seen hasn't been updated since Season 6. I mean, the problem is like now it like doesn't really make sense to update it. Like if people make a build in the Discord, I'll totally like respond to it and like critique it and like whatnot, but like it just makes sense to like wait a week. See that there's some people that came back and just immediately started ice spiking, which is kind of funny. I'm doing IGVG and I'm trying to find something new at least and can't. So the thing that changed for IGVG recently is people started going Void Blade. So like this tree I'm running right now isn't new, or is like the bad one. People cut orb, they go all the way down to Void Blade tree. And then they adjust the perks slightly. The thing on gear that's different about it is people use Jin, or sorry, I keep saying Jin. It's Jin. I'm trying to get that fixed. And they use like 3 other invig sources besides of it, because Jin has one, and it also has a Vigor on there. And with that combination, you become immune to other Void Gauntlet attacks. So don't use Feather. No. It's a medium to heavy build. So this healer's at disease cap. That guy's also at disease cap. Oh, I throw him. That was kind of cool. Like choking him out like really effectively. Just wipe the entire door. Yeah, I saw that. That's kind of awesome. I didn't get a single kill. This has been the real endgame for multiple seasons. Yeah, the OPR. But now we have more maps, and there's also like CTF, which is pretty fun. I really like OPRs when they're clumpy like this. I don't like it when it's like all split up. And CTF tends to be better for like more grouped up content, I think. So many bruisers in the OPR. This is crazy. Oh, I'm dying. Yeah, I think it's got old. So do you recommend medium or heavy? Probably medium, and then if you're in war and certain roles, heavy. I think medium's a little bit safer. For like general PvP. Yeah, Baron's up. No way he stole that. We're doing damage, just guess not enough. Jin head wrap is what you're saying? Yeah. Or Jin. Yeah. That thing is really good. That's for like a bist out set right now, and I don't think you really need that. So I'm probably gonna call it after this. I need to take that giant thing we did today, and I need to break it down into a bunch of different components, take clips of that, export that, and create thumbnails, and hopefully upload 1 to 2 videos tomorrow. And we'll probably keep doing something, hopefully daily, but that's going to be the new routine I'm going to try to set myself into. I don't know if that means I'm going to have to wake up early and do stuff, but we'll see. I'm trying to do 1 video a day until it comes out, and then see if I can keep that up, but it's hard. 1 every other day is a lot easier, but I think I could do 1 a day. So that should be top assist. Yeah, it was top assist. 3-way tie. No, wait, Crush had more. Never mind. What is hard again? To get, like, there's no way to take a YouTube live stream and, like, create, like, mini videos out of it that I know of. But from Twitch, you can segment it, and then you can export that to YouTube. I wonder if there is a way to do it from the YouTube side. If there's a way to do it from the YouTube side, it's probably faster. How do I leave the group? I don't know what button it is. Is it here? Leave group. Okay. Oh, there is one to do. There is a way to do it. Okay, I'm gonna try that then. I haven't done it from the YouTube side before. But that's gonna be my goal for today. Just to try to... I mean, I'll probably have the giant video will be one thing, but I don't think people will want to watch that. Some people do. And then I'll have, like, segmented stuff. Yeah. Okay. But that's my plan. Let me see who currently is online.
Just thinking about it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it, and like, there's like a lot of
Micro?
similarities.
I am on... what do you call it? I'm on Valhalla right now. I'm gonna be doing like 3 to 4 servers though. I requested 5 days off. I did 3 days off. I'm gonna see if I can manage to do stuff every day there. But I appreciate all of you guys coming out. I'll see if I can try to make this a little bit more consistent, but tomorrow is a little tricky. Recommend joining the Discord, because I'll put ads out there of when stuff will happen. And yeah, welcome back to people that left. Hello, new people, and to the people that stayed. This will be a lot of fun, and I'll see you guys later. Peace.